Yo, 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 good morning, everybody. Welcome on in here. All right. We can get started here today. All right. We can get started here. Good morning. Thanks for your patience here today. Well, we made it. We're locked back in. It's Friday here on a lovely April 10th. Yeah. Back after 2 days away. It's good to see the early birds in the chat this morning. Welcome to the show. Yo, let's see who was first in the chat real quick. Brielle Basor, I see Low Energy Girl, Karen Keisha over on YouTube. Welcome to the show, yo. Also, shout out to the off stream, the offline resub from Jimmy. Cheers, Ray Del Bono, first sub of the day. Holy heck, 2 years. Thank you, Ray. Dude, love in the chat. Let's go, baby. Dual Master D, UMT Bubbles. Great to see you. We got great Bambi in the house too. I see Majinx, Valicia, and Lily Tazi, Armazale, and E-Talker. I hope you feel better soon, buddy. Nintendo, Leia Lecter, welcome to the show. I see Spicy Sin Bun wiggling their way into the chat. Summer Breeze, 15 months, where you at? Some love. Gotta support those supporters, baby. What up, Rainy Mystic? Good morning. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Oh, we all have those days. Moxie Poxy's in the building. It's Taco is in the building. We have Saidi in the house. What up, Saidi? Welcome to the show. Whimzoo. Card Shark, Rift Buddy, Chamomile Court, welcome to the broadcast as well. Happy Friday, y'all. Happy Friday, y'all. What up, Jitterbug? Good to see you back in here as well. Always good to see you, Jules. Introvertina. I love it. Raised by Hypocrites, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you. Cheers, Ray Delvano, for 2 years, dude. And happy freaking Friday. What is up? Just coming back to reality myself after 2 days away, trying to lock it in, you know? After 2 days away, trying to lock it in now. Come back, snap back to reality. Let's see, do I want to... Okay, we'll do that. All right, we'll brighten up the scene just a little bit. Just a little bit. And then we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. We're done playing with the camera. All right. I had a lovely 2 days off, recharging, trying to take care of business. All the things you do on a day off or two. But we're back. And we're ready to lock into some Pokemon Pokopia. Pretty tired and definitely, you know, once you get used to a day off or two, then you just want more and more. And it's going to take me some time to transition, as it always does, to get the locomotive back on track. And the best way to do that is just playing some games. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's jump in. Let's jump right over. And let's get ourselves situated for some games this morning. All right. Quick little beard check. Oh, we're looking luscious today. Great. Oh, Rainy Mystic, it's a name change. Oh, nice. No, I gotta catch up on the Discord. I'm pretty behind. Thanks for the heads up. Nice to have you in here. Rain 5150, the upgrade. It's Rain 5251. Upgrade status. I heard beard. I heard luscious. Why, thank you. What up, Giggities? Good morning. All right. And yeah, of course, the kitty's doing very well. She's doing very well. She's getting more comfortable by the day. I got some dry catnip coming, so we'll get to start experimenting with that here soon, which will be fun. We fully converted her over to new food after a long process of slowly introducing it to her. And now she's fully on the new food, and she likes it. No, I don't know anything about the update. Let's go see if we can find patch notes. Let's go see if we can find patch notes real quick. Let's see, IGN might come through. Let's see here. So a common problem where in some cases where a Pokemon whose habitat has disappeared cannot be found even when searching for them with the search function. Okay. When traveling to a dream island under certain circumstances, you arrive at Pallet Town and are unable to return to the original town. When moving between towns or when the in-game date changes, the screen remains dark, making it difficult to operate the game. So yeah, just a bunch of bug fixes. The quest, power up the charging station, has been fixed. Cloud Island's bugs have been fixed. So yeah, just all bug fixes. Nothing fun today. They probably won't do much as far as content, but they might sneak in some future events in these patches, so it will take people time traveling consistently to find out if like maybe they're sneaking in future updates. I don't think they have to do that because they already have the next update in the game for May. So, but look out for that in the future. Like, you look out for that in the future. They could be sneaking little updates into the game as time goes on. I haven't had a chance to give Midna too much love today, so I'm giving her some love this morning. She didn't sleep in the room because I had the fan and stuff going, and it was probably too chilly. It's probably a little too chilly for her. Goodra won't pop for me. It's some Pokemon are just more stubborn than others, seemingly. All right, not enough coins for me. I didn't play in my free time, but I'll take whatever I can get. All right, we got a fresh week today, though. I see we got a Mew in the chat. Fresh week, fresh opportunities to get some coins. Make glass, get a relic appraised, and make some food. So I did end up watching some of the III initiative off stream, and a couple notable things got announced yesterday. A big one being, for me, being Gravekeeper 2. Gravekeeper 2 got... Yeah, we checked the Cloud Island out last week. We've been seeing people's work. Gravekeeper 2 got announced, which is pretty cool, man. And it looks like it has like a little bit more combat. There was already combat, but like a little bit more even. And I don't know, it looks good, man. I really enjoy Gravekeeper, and to see them doing a sequel is pretty cool. That's pretty rad. Good for them. Good for the developer, who I'm sure had a lot of success. I think that game sold relatively well. Boo in the box. Boo, boo, boo in the box. What up, Jessica? Good to see you here. Good morning. No Man's Sky got an update. I saw that. I saw No Man's Sky's update just a little bit. Oh. Yeah, a bunch of stuff popping off in the gaming space as we get closer to summer, which is when things will really start to ramp up. You know, not E3 era. Thank you, Jessica, for the 23-month primer, and Summer Breeze, thank you again for 15. If we get a round of love in the chat for that. You love Lucario. He's your main Pokemon in ZA. Curious what Gravekeeper 2 will look like. It looks like more of the same, but like, you know, with the standard like upgrades and stuff. Yeah, check out the trailer. Go check out the trailer. It looks like more of the same, but with just like what you would expect, like more things to engage with. It looks really good. I love Gravekeepers, so yeah, I don't know. It didn't look like a brand new game. It's not like they're changing the style of game or anything, which is a good thing. You know, sometimes it's cool when a company tries to mix it up, but it sounds like it's going to just be Gravekeeper 2. It's not going to be like a whole new reimagining of the game. Like, it's just Gravekeeper 2. It's exactly what you would expect, putting a number 2 after the following of a game. You know what I mean? That's what the trailer showed me. It showed me Gravekeeper 2. You know, don't overthink it, don't underthink it. Looks pretty good, man. I'm excited to check it out. It's probably going to do the whole early access nonsense, so I probably won't engage with that. I'll probably just wait for the full game to come out. I kind of hate early access garbage. Yeah, and the first one's free on Steam right now, so you can go download it and check it out. It's normally only like a $5 game, and then but getting the base game for free would be pretty nice, so you don't have to spend money on it. You could buy the DLCs. We still have some DLCs from the first to check out. So now that they announced the second, I'm kind of intrigued to go back and finish up the DLCs of the first. You have till the 13th to download it for free. Yeah, dude, pretty cool stuff. Are you gonna check out Champions at all? I checked out Champions in my free time. I got a team and stuff going. Yeah, I played a bunch of Champions on my days off. I'm glad I played it on my days off too, because the game, there isn't much to show off. Like, the game is just a battle simulator. That's all it was ever meant to be. It's nothing more, it's nothing less. So like, I'm glad I played it in my free time and didn't like save it, because it's nothing. It's not in a bad way. It's literally just a battle simulator to do Pokemon battles the way that you would have in Scarlet and Violet, the way you would have in, you know, Sword and Shield, except now you don't have to own those games to do it. Now you can just do it on this app. Eventually it'll come to mobile. They're reporting maybe June. And that's about it, you know? So I'm really happy I checked out Champions off stream, because there isn't really much to show off. Like, I'm happy that I know now, like, we might check it out later. I told the chat we would maybe play it like today, like late afternoon, like early evening. But now I'm happy that I've done it off stream, because there isn't really much to show off. Like, I can totally load it up today and we can poke around and I can show the team I built off or whatever. But the truth is like, there isn't anything fancy to show off. Like, it's literally just a battle simulator. You know what I mean? It's not really even a video game. You know, that's the problem. The game's been getting some criticism, and I think it's because the Pokemon company really sold it as like a video game. Well, I'm here to tell you, it's not really a video game. It's a battle simulator. And I think that that's a really big point of contention in the gaming space right now. Like, people were expecting Champions to be a video game. And like, to be fair, Pokemon Company sold it as one. Oh, check out this new video game. Oh, it's gonna be Champions. It's gonna be awesome. And in all reality, like, it's not a video game. It's not like, you don't load it up. You don't play it as a game. It is 100% there for people who like Pokemon battles. It is a battle simulation game. But I feel like if you watched all the trailers and stuff, they kind of sold Champions to be more than that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, in my opinion, if you watched like all the trailers and stuff, they kind of sold Champions to be a little bit more than that. They were like really like like, it felt like they were like advertising it as like the future of Pokemon. You know what I mean? Like, there was like this crazy selling, and it really is just a battle simulator. Like, so like, they might have maybe oversold it a little bit. It's really not anything more than just a place to do Pokemon battles. And we're not even talking like Pokemon Stadium. We're talking like just a place to do battles online with your friends. It's not even like Pokemon Stadium was a video game. It had a story, it had mini games, it had features. It was a full video game, and you could also battle in it with your friends. Pokemon Champions is just a place to battle with your friends. Done. Like, in the sense of like Pokemon Stadium. Like, imagine if Pokemon Stadium, the only thing you could do was load it up and play with your buddy on the couch next to you. That's Pokemon Champions. That's it. It's Pokemon Stadium with nothing but playing against your buddy, playing against people online. It's a battle simulator. It's meant to give people like me data so that we can easier build teams without using outside resources. It's meant to be a place for people like me who really enjoy competitive battling, but don't want to deal with all the bells and whistles of a regular game. It's basically a place for people who only want to do competitive Pokemon. Now we have a home. And we don't have to buy a $60 game to play it. We don't have to buy a $40 Pokemon game to play it. It is a mobile game. That's the thing. It's going to be on mobile in June. Like, it is a mobile game. They just so happen to release it on Switch first because Maybe we're basically their beta testers. We're basically their beta testers, right? I don't know. That's a pretty harsh comment, and I think that's a pretty demeaning comment. I'm not even going to read it out loud because I understand the frustration where the internet's being like overly negative, but let's be real. Not everybody understands competitive Pokemon. So some people who are brand new to Pokemon could have very well thought Champions was going to be more than just battling. I do disagree with that statement coming into my chat. I almost deleted the message because it's just too dismissive. You got to understand that Pokemon has a wide and diverse audience. You have people who have only played Pokemon Go. You have people that have only played Pokemon Pokopia. And then you have people who are grinding VGC and going to the World Championships in Japan. Not everyone is on the same spectrum, and not everyone's going to understand what a game is presented to them without it being purposely told to them. So when they sell a game and they put it into directs and they make it seem like this big deal, Pokemon Champions, it's going to be the future of battling. Like, some people got the wrong impression. Now, there are obviously bad actors who are just complaining to complain on the internet. That's not what we're talking about. But there are genuinely people who thought that Pokemon Champions was going to be more than just a battle simulation app. It was being delivered as a video game. It was being sold as a video game to people. A free-to-play app that you could engage with, and that's what it is. But it's just not anything more than just a battle simulator. They totally oversold the game a little bit. So I don't know if it has anything to do with anybody's brain cells, and I think that's a super unfair and dismissive thing to say because of the frustration of most people on the internet bitching and moaning. Yeah, there are people who are complaining about the app, and those people are stupid in a lot of ways. It's not that their opinion isn't valid. There are people who are rage baiting, and there are people who are purposefully making it out to seem like this app is worse than it is. That all that exists, yes. But at the end of the day, fundamentally, we don't talk about that kind of trash here in this space. In this space, we're here to have real discussions about how the gaming space interacts with a game. So I know that there's people complaining. I know that a lot of the negativity around Champions is super not valid at all. I know all that. But that's not what we're talking about this morning. We're talking about the fact that they sold Champions to be more than just a battle simulator. Like, that's it. Like, and whether or not the game is being received well isn't really what I'm saying right now. I'm just saying that there was a good amount of people who probably loaded up Champions and were like, oh, this is not really what I thought it was going to be. Good thing it was free to play. It's not a big deal. You can just delete it off of your Switch. And I was just bringing this up because I told the chat I would show off Pokemon Champions today. And I just logged in today to tell you all that, like, there's not really much to show off. As you might have already found out by the past 2 days of the internet, it's kind of just an app to battle. Like, it's not really a video game. So if you were expecting that, it's kind of unfortunate. I think some people were genuinely expecting that. Not, regular people, Joe Schmoes, not necessarily the people that are purposely trying to be bad actors, right? I understand it gets pretty frustrating nowadays, but I just don't like VGC. Like, I like video games, not PvP. No harm, no foul. Yeah, right. It's not for everyone. Hopefully the people in charge of messaging and marketing take this feedback going forward, because when you muddy the message, that causes frustration. Champions is what it is exactly used for. I actually might try it now. What I suck at most is battling. Yeah, it's like a super free way to engage with battling that's casual. It's super easy to put teams together. It's real fun. It's a fun little, it's basically a mobile battling app. You know what I mean? But again, because it's free, it doesn't really matter if the messaging was that off. mostly it just comes down to disappointing people and not fulfilling expectations. Right? Because it's free, it doesn't matter if it's not what people expected. At that point, we're not even talking. They didn't even do anything wrong. It's not even like they did anything bad. It's not like people should be mad at them. But what happened is that people's expectations didn't get fulfilled, so it's caused a little bit of, you know, that classic internet outrage where you have the people who are complaining because the app isn't what they expected it to be as a battling app. You have the people who are complaining because it's not what they expected it to be as a video game. And then you have the people who are complaining because it's a fun thing to complain on the internet when you can get away with it and even make money off of it. So then when you push all that stuff aside, what you really have is an app that most people are receiving relatively well, who it was designed for. People like me who just like battling. And, you know, the battlers are a little like put off because it's like really thin and doesn't have all of the features that like people would want. It doesn't have all the items and all the Pokemon. And so there's also a group of people that are kind of butthurt because it's not this perfect copy of what Scarlet and Violet was like. And they're sad that they can't play the same copy paste teams that their favorite world champion uses every day. And it's like, to those people, I say, get over yourself and try playing the video game for fun once in a while. Build a fun team. You be unique. Be interesting. Try something different. You know, I hope that they continue to limit the item pools. And I hope that the game stays limited because, to be fair, Scarlet and Violet battling online sucks. Because it's just a bunch of legendaries and you have to build your team a certain way. It's boring. It's boring, dude. Competitive Pokemon is boring, dude. That's why this app releasing with like a limited item pool is actually so much fun. It's so nice that like you're being forced to use like unique strategies outside of like a couple staples like Charizard. Like, it's really interesting, you know. So I'm really enjoying what they've done with Champions so far, and I'm worried that it's not going to last because I'm assuming that eventually they're going to have every item in the game, and then it's just going to be more Scarlet and Violet PvP where it's just, you know, 2 legendaries and you know, all this stuff that just makes the game like, don't you dare try to use a Butterfree on your team because it's going to get wrecked. And to be honest, Pokemon's always been that way, but I've always really enjoyed when metas are still super fresh and they're super limited. Like right when on the release of a new Pokemon game is some of the best Pokemon competitive you can ever run into. You can ever engage with. Right on the edge of like a right on the release of a brand new Pokemon game, because it's usually like super limited and it's just a lot of fun. It opens up competitive to more people. Yeah, it's a blast, dude. It's way more interesting than spamming legendaries. I feel the same way about megas though, so don't get me started because I'm just a curmudgeon. I feel the same exact way about legendaries as well. I'll be the first to say it. I'm just a curmudgeon. I think there's certain things that I think megas just make it harder to use diverse teams, because at this point you're just like forced to use a mega or you can't keep up. Pokemon Pokopia question: has anyone found the wooden pillar blocks and where? I don't know. You probably just find them randomly in the water spots, which we're gonna hunt down this morning. Let's go. Let's continue our shopping spree for a little bit here. I think between your PC shop and the water spots, that's where you get recipes in this game. So you just got to play regularly and try to farm those water spots. Now, it's important to learn about how the water spots function. That might help. So if you don't know, you can pretty much find anywhere between like 5 or 6 water spots in every area every like couple hours, we're pretty sure. So really, you want to be like, you want to keep that in mind. And it can only be fresh water, we're pretty sure. So there are ways where you can even like fix the spawns. Like ideally, every zone should just have 1 or 2 bodies of fresh water if you're trying to like really farm up recipes, so that you don't have to hunt around the whole zone.
HD chat, get in chat, we going shopping.
Yo, we're getting chat, we're going shopping. Thanks for 46, Llama Mama. Thank you, right? So like, if you really want to farm up the recipes, consider limiting how much fresh water you have in your zone. Also, don't grab the super sparkly shining spot until the very end. So what we found out, and this is like somewhat accurate, but I can only confirm it myself so much, is that these spots right here don't despawn. So ideally, you find 5 regular spots before you pick this one up. And then if you leave this one for last, which is the one that's like glowing, if you leave that one for the end, for like the last one that you pick for the couple hours window, then you should ideally get 5 regular water spots, and then you should get a shining water spot. Like that spot should stay. So like what I'm trying to express to you is that if you pick that spot up before the 5th regular one, you're actually limiting one of your spots for the couple hours. And to explain this even better, basically, after you pick up 5 of these regular water spots, it despawns the rest of them for the zone. Like, it's something weird like that, some kind of weird mechanic like that. So what people are saying is that you want to save the one that has like golden energy for last. And that's how you're optimizing your water spots for the zone. So ideally, you try to find 4 or 5 of the regular water spots first, then go back to the glowing one and try to do the glowing one last. That's like what we've learned so far. I don't know how much of this is 100% accurate. I haven't really done the testing myself. This is just from other people's knowledge that have spoken to us in the chat. But hopefully that helps you discover more recipes. Yeah, apparently it's all has to do with fresh water. And now I don't think you can game the system. You can't just like limit your fresh water to only a little bit, because then I've realized that the game just won't spawn a bunch of spots into the zone. So like you'll notice here, I don't really have a ton of fresh water. So I never get 5 water spots in this zone at all. Not even close. I only end up getting like 2 or 3. And I think it has to do with how much water you have available for spots to spawn. Because if I go back to Castletown, I almost always get like the full amount because I have a big body of fresh water there. Nice recipe for a punching bag. Sick. Yo, good morning, Dolore. Hey, hope you've decompressed from your trip. Did anything happen when you maxed any or all of the environments? So you just get special recipes to purchase. Every zone has a special recipes that are locked behind level 10 environment level. So it's all based off of like that stuff. It's all based off of like the shop and what you can find there. Nighttime music from Rocky Ridges has been stuck. Rocky Ridges music from Nighttime has been stuck in your head all day. Been digging out the museum as my bedtime routine. Nice. That's a good bedtime routine, actually. Dude, daily trading will keep your Pokemetal stock pretty healthy without ever feeling the need to like really grind too much. Yo, thank you, Cozy Stabby, for 21. Thank you, Cozy Stabby, for 21. Good morning. Good to see you, Tales from the Fandom, as well. Yeah, dude, if you just buy up all the rare Pokemetal and Pokemetal every day, you are in it, dude. I don't buy the copper anymore because it's so easy to farm up copper, but I like how every build in Utopia are just houses, even though Pokemon are creatures that belong in natural environment. Well, this is what I build, actually. So this is actually my Spinarak and my Ariados's habitat. It's actually all outside. And I personally plan to do a lot of outside stuff as well, but I'll be doing a blend. Because the truth is that the Pokemon universe makes it very clear that just like cats and dogs, Pokemon are very domesticated creatures. So like a Mr. Mime, for example, actually prefers to live inside of a house. And, you know, for example, a Minccino are clean freaks, and they prefer to have a clean environment with no dust. So there's actually a bunch of Pokemon that prefer to live inside as well. So there's a bit of a different, it depends on the type, right? Where I would agree that some Pokemon do prefer to live outside. Like if you put a Combee in a house, it is a little weird, but it's just a video game at the end of the day. So it's really not that big of a deal. I'm gonna fully make Mr. Mime somewhere inside without a key. Yo, good morning, Frog Guy and LF Chris. Good to see you today. Ah, that's funny. So it was like they were being ironic, maybe, Ginger King. That's so funny, dude. They were being like ironic with how they created that character. That's super silly. Did you trade those blocks because you can get more on your dream island? Yeah, correct. So this is just dirt that I'm trading. I'm just straight up trading barren, ordinary dirt that I dug up during my process of decorating. Barren, ordinary dirt. Yeah, you can get it from anywhere. And that's what I'm trading in. And it's 10 points per block. So you need a lot. But if you're doing projects like me where you're leveling whole mountains, you have a lot of dirt. You have a lot of ash. You have a lot of just stuff just laying around, you know? And that's what makes it super easy. Yeah, you can just trade that stuff, you know? So it's sure, it is expensive in like the sense that like, right, I need a whole stack of 99 to buy something, but I have so much dirt. It's just like, it's never ending how much dirt that I have. I don't know if we have covered prefab homes, but the super large Pokemon seem to only get stuck inside the ones where the screen goes black. Oh, so are you saying that if you have a Pokemon, a super large Pokemon move into a prefab, they get stuck? What do you mean stuck? Like they can't move inside of the house, or they just won't leave the house? That's interesting. I don't know much about that. Yeah, Mr. Mime being put in jail is pretty funny. Mr. Mime being put in jail is pretty funny. Ooh, I got the curry print. Nice. The huts? Yeah, we call those prefabs. Correct. Anything where there's a cutscene is a prefab. They get stuck in? Yeah, so what do you mean by get stuck in? Like they just won't come outside? Or is that what you're trying to say? A lot of people dislike Mr. Mime because he makes really creepy movements. So Mr. Mime hate started because the way he moves is mega creepy. It all comes down to him moving like a creepo. That's really it. If he didn't move so creepily, people probably wouldn't hate him so much. They can't get out of the door for some reason. Ah, that's so interesting. I mean, mimes are creepy. I saw a picture of Mr. Mime down in a sewer, peeking out like Pennywise. Okay, that's messed up. People need to stop, dude. We're still hunting this Aerodactyl. We really shouldn't be ignoring these shiny spots. I don't know if I was gonna artifact hunt today. Let's go to Bleak Beach and go get our Snorlax buff. We're gonna go for the habitat buff again today. Even though like that almost doesn't make sense because I think we don't have any habitats that we're waiting for spawns. So actually what we should do is go to our dream island first and see if we discover a new habitat today. And then from there we can decide if we're going to do artifact buff for our last fossil, which would make the most sense actually. Yeah, because I don't actually have any habitats that we're waiting for a spawn right now. I think every habitat that I've created has spawned something in right now. No, mossy boulders seem to be kind of rare. I haven't seen a lot of mossy boulders in the game. Hubby surprised me with the Switch 2 yesterday. I'm in love. His escape from life is riding his motorcycle and mine is playing video games. And he wanted to support my escape. Oh, what up, Oshi? Congratulations, dude. Banana, dun, dun, dun. Boom, 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 boom. One of us, one of us. My internet didn't spawn, or my internet island didn't spawn with one. I'm gonna have to print it. Oh, wait, really? Mine has a mossy boulder. Oh, you can't. Yeah, that doesn't even work that way. You could take a picture. Yeah, you could take a picture and print it. That's what you would have to do. Now, there are some mossy boulders in the rocky ridges, though. Don't forget that. Yeah, sometimes they're on Dream Islands. I don't know which Dream Island, though, would spawn mossy boulders the most likely. Maybe the Withered Waste? No. Dang it. I'm trying to get up here. Get out of my way. Not me over here 3D printing humidifiers for every human Pokemon. That's a smart strategy, dude. That is a smart strategy. All right, let's go see if we can bring home Mewtwo. We can do an early prediction today. All right, prediction gang. Will I get a legendary on this island? 2 minutes on the clock. Will we see Mewtwo today? Oh, you like my storage unit so far, Joe Bean? I'm working on it. Yo, good morning, Clang Doe. Thank you again, Cozy Stabby. Good morning and welcome to the show, Lucinda the Forest Gnome and Mick Britches. Welcome to the show, Slick Thief and Perch STG. Let's manifest it to be true. Yo, what up, Dank Group? Do, 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 do. Does this island have a Mewtwo waiting to come home? Does this island have a Mewtwo waiting? No, Kalika, the kitty has not. I haven't set up like a specific camera for her yet. Also, congratulations on the last day of classes for your degree.
Having a tough mental health day, but this community always cheers me up. Thank you for being here and creating such a warm, safe space. Highland.
Yo, thank you, Mossy Paws, for 57 months, and I hope your day gets a little smoother, homie. Good to see you today. Good to see you today. Thank you very much for 57. And yeah, loving the chat for Kalika. They said earlier this morning, and throw a log on the bonfire. Kalika said that they're on their last day of classes before they earn their degree. Dude, I'm sure that some people here can relate to that. Isn't that insanely dope? Isn't that insanely dope? Curved Eve. Oh, Curved Eve. Ooh, can we get a habitat information? Let's go, baby. Yeah. She hasn't appeared on stream live yet. I got catnip coming, so my goal over the next couple days is gonna be to set up a little cat territory for her in here. I have an idea. I've concocted up a scheme, and I'm gonna put like a little desk or something like right in the corner of my, like, it's not too close to me, but it's gonna be like up on this, and I'm gonna put like the cat bed up here. I'm gonna try to get her to utilize a spot over here, but I discovered something. All right, so hear me out. She created a habitat in my closet. So I have a closet here in my office, and there is an old blanket in there that used to be my green screen, this big green blanket. Well, what she does during my work day is she goes in there, she climbs in the closet, which isn't too far from here at all. And she goes in there and sleeps all day because she wants to be close to me, but she also wants to be kind of hidden. And I realized that it's close enough that I could maybe run a camera in there. It's close enough, dude, that I might just be able to rig a camera up on the closet, and we might be able to just get a camera of her sleeping in there throughout the stream. It might work. So I have two plans, is what I'm trying to say. One, by maybe coaxing her to find a cozy space out in the open to sleep. All right, new habitat. New habitat for 2 Pokemon. Sick, dude. Nice. All right, any music, it's DDR, dude. It's literally DDR. Rhythmic living room. All right, sick, dude. We just got 2 new Pokemon. A habitat for 2 new Pokemon. So we are going to be spawning Snorlax in today. Or sorry, we are going to be using Mosslax to do a buff for habitat spawning today. My brain is fried. All right, the mini library for Gardevoir. You managed to finish the decks in Habidex on Friday, but the last 2 took nearly a week to spawn. Yo, what's up, Avenger? Okay, here we go. Another habitat. Did y'all see you can move Mosslax? Yeah. Yeah, I was showing it off last week sometime. Holy heck. The 9 flames for 9 tails? This is badass. What the frick? The 9 flames. Okay, all right. Had a rough morning. Yo, good to see you, Nerdy Nurse. Good morning, Cozy. welcome to the show today. All right, I think those are all the habitats we're going to get off our dream island for today. At this point, we're playing a daily habitat information hunt. And today we got 3 habitats. And we needed one of them for Pokemon. So we're still winning here. Put 250 large on you getting one. Oh, wow. Light bets this morning. Light bets. Nobody wants to take these bets anymore after the major upsets. Nobody wants to take the bets this morning after the major upsets. I don't blame y'all. It was an upset for sure. These certain dream islands give certain shiny possibilities. Unfortunately, I hate to be the one to tell you this. I don't think there are shinies in the game. Unless you met habitats. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If you met legendaries, then yes. Yeah, if you met legendaries, then yes. Legendaries are spawned on specific islands. Dude, Avenger, you're moving the altar of flame brick by brick. You are a legend, dude. I love that so much. Yo, good morning, Blood Raven. You got a sick little one here home today? Aw. Can you say hi to her? Aw. Hello, little one. I hope you feel better today, Blood Raven's little one. I hope you feel better today, all right? Take it easy. Have you ever had an Uncrustable? I have. Which one do you recommend? I recommend strawberry personally. Oh my gosh. We might be onto something here. Oh my gosh, chat. I recommend strawberry. Strawberry's the best Uncrustable for sure. The regular one's good as well, but... You made a berry farm? Did you make a berry farm with water? Whoa. Whoa, 3 rare spawns on the beach set? Dude, what a habitat to discover. Nice, the water ones seem mega efficient. What a habitat to discover. We might be getting a lot closer to the end of our journey today than I would have ever thought. We have all the legendaries. Keep that in mind. We got Ho-Oh, so we're good. We're just waiting to bring Mewtwo home, but we have Mewtwo registered. So really, our Pokedex right now is all just regular-ass Pokemon that we just need the right habitat for. Dang, dude. I got jebaited. I thought this was gonna be an epic secret. It was just some regular place. They played me. Dang it. I thought this was going to be like a super sick secret. All right. Enough is enough. Let's do the trick. Okay. Get me out of here. There's another Pokemon after Mewtwo that you need. Yeah, we got Lugia and Ho-Oh. Now, you don't ever get to take Lugia and Ho-Oh home, but you can get them in the Pokedex. You can get them in the Pokedex, but you can't bring them home ever. No Mewtwo today. Yo, what's up, Tay Loves Chaos? I did hear about Gravekeeper too. I did. Honestly, we should go over all the games that were announced. If y'all want to do like a mini Blathers broadcast today, would you guys like that? Because like there wasn't a ton, but there was a handful of games that are worth mentioning, but we knew about most of the stuff that was shown off. we knew about most of the stuff that was shown off already, but there was like 2 or 3 world premieres at the end, and one of them was Gravekeeper 2. And then the rest was just stuff we knew about, and they randomly squeezed in like a Castlevania game, even though it's supposed to be an indie thing. I don't know. The whole world's weird nowadays. Yeah, there was a games announcement. Yeah, we can go over it in a little bit. If y'all are going to be around for a little while, let's settle in with Pokemon this morning, and maybe in about an hour we'll sit down and we'll go over some of the stuff announced. Is that cool? Give me about an hour, maybe an hour and a half to settle in here, though, because we're just coming back after a couple of days off, so I need to build some consistency back up again. But yeah, there's a couple things we could talk about. Gravekeeper 2 was the big headliner for me, but here, if for those of you that don't want to wait, though, hold on a second. For those of you that don't want to wait, all right, Game Informer is claiming to do everything announced, not just the popular stuff. And here you guys go. For those that don't want to wait, this link, Game Informer's claiming to do everything announced. It doesn't say just popular like the other websites. So this should probably be your best bet. So take a look at that. And again, I'm going to go over this stuff in about an hour and a half. Let me turn down the music. But for those that don't want to wait, there's a link for you. There was a couple big deals. Just to give y'all a quick synopsis, a super quick one. The developers of Crosscode has another RPG called Alabaster Dawn. Oxygen Not Included is making a seemingly co-op Oxygen Not Included. Gravekeeper 2, Brotato got mentioned for DLC. Another Castlevania game, a new Castlevania game got announced, which is weird because like it's not indie, but whatever. Again, weird world. And then the other one I want to mention really quick besides for Gravekeeper is Don't Starve was the headliner. So if you're a fan of Don't Starve, a new Don't Starve game got headlined. That was like the big reveal. Yeah, a new Don't Starve game. So, but again, we'll talk about this in about an hour and a half for those that want my opinion. Let me have some time with my game. It's been a couple days. No, it's a whole new Don't Starve game. Again, go to the link if you're curious. Here, I'll link it one more time. That link has everything announced at the III Initiative if you don't want to wait the next hour and a half or two. Feel free. Do you dabble in the Star Fox Switch 2 rumors? Yeah, sure. It makes sense with the whole movie. Yeah. What up, Mike Travis? Did we crash the website? I mean, we might have. Oh yeah, Castlevania is being developed by the Dead Cell devs. I knew that actually, and I forgot. That's why it's technically an indie game. Which good for them for snagging an IP up like Castlevania, right? Like good for them. Because the Dead Cell devs are some of the most dedicated developers out there. They're very special. They're very special developers. All right, let's go ahead and build our new habitats. So the one was a TV. The one was a TV, 2 speakers, and some DDR mats. I wonder, okay, I think it has to be a big TV. Let's do this. Yeah, you can get Volcanion to live with you as well, correct. I'm not in a rush to get some of those Pokemon because right now I'm just focused on filling the decks. But yes, Volcanion and Mewtwo are 2 Pokemon I can bring home as well. Thank you for the reminder. Where are you spawning Pokemon in at? I'm spawning Pokemon in Pallet Town, correct. Now, there are a couple rare cases where you have to spawn Pokemon in based off of a specific location. So keep that in mind. That does exist. There are some Pokemon that only spawn in specific locations, but outside of that, you can spawn Pokemon anywhere. Outside of those couple cases, you can spawn Pokemon anywhere in the game. Just make sure you look at the habitat information because, for example, the Pichu quest has been the biggest culprit. The Pichu quest has been the biggest culprit of mixing people up. And they can't figure out why the Pokemon won't spawn, and it ends up being because it's supposed to be the Withered Wastelands. So make sure for some Pokemon, you're paying attention to if it says a town or a city as the requirement. Do you need a legendary to complete the dex? Yeah, you need to register all the legendaries to complete the Pokedex, correct? Where are my toys at here? Yeah, good. Thankfully, the chat saved me because I also was not spawning Pichu properly, and the chat saved me. All right, hopefully I can get electricity here. We're really gonna have to work to clean this area up eventually, huh? This area is trash, dude. I'm gonna really have to work hard to clean this area up, dude. We got so much stuff, dude. It's terrible. Suicune, maybe? Is that what you're mentioning? You might be talking about Suicune? What up, Walnug? I'm trying to find a place to fit this spawn. I'm trying to find a place to fit this. You can find them at the Withered Wastelands. PST zone, it's early. Yeah, no problem. We're not judging you here. All right, we got one. And then we have another one over here that we just unlocked. And it was another beach scene that I didn't know existed. We need a beach parasol, a beach chair, and a side table. It has to be a side table. Do we even have that stuff? We might not. Okay, we do have the side table. Easy. I don't think I have the recipe for the beach stuff. I don't think I have the recipe for the beach stuff. I might be able to buy it. I think I have one. Okay, here's the chair. Let me move Executor. What a nice smell. We spawning in Blue's Clues. That's right. All right, come here, dude. I need to move you. All right, and then I know I have a parasol somewhere. Oh, you're right. I could just steal it from the Bleak Beach if I have to. You're right. There is some there. Do. All right. There might be one for purchase here. Ooh, I kind of want to buy the control unit. This seems new to me. I think there was only one before. It's not new. Wow, somebody already spawned in. Who needs Mosslax? Oh, finally, it's Noivern. Oh, you made all this, huh? Guess I should do something to thank you. Do you like berries? I'm a pretty big foodie, so I can scout out some nice ripe ones for you if you'd like. It'll be great, trust me. Noivern. After nightfall, they emerge from the caves they nest in during the day. Using their ultrasonic waves, they go on the hunt for ripened fruit. So I wonder if the other spawn... Noivern. I wonder if the other spawn is its evolution. All right, we have to move you, though. Nice. 5 Pokemon remain, chat. 5 Pokemon remain. Yo, what's up, Altanor? Good morning to you, too. All right, we need a beach parasol. I don't know if I have one in my storage unit. Where do you think would be a great place to build a storage unit? I can't decide where to place it. It'll be an above and underground space linked together. I feel like Palatown's a good place for that because Palatown is kind of meant to be the blank canvas. So I feel like maybe this is the place to do it. But if you're going to go with an above and an underground, you might even be able to move in to like a location that's already been claimed. Like what I mean by that is like a building. You could find like a building, yes, that has already kind of been, and then you could just like take over the building for your storage unit. Like I'd love to see if somebody like take over Silthco and just turn it into their base of operations. I think that would be mega cool. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody really do that. Okay, who's trying to live at the beach? What up, Swifty? Okay, it's 3 separate Pokemon. This is blowing me away. I think it's 3 separate Pokemon. Like, what? What kind of habitat is that, dude? What is going on here? All right, let's go to the Bleak Beach and go get our buff. The Silthco upper part is where my berry tree farm is. I might do something underground there. Yeah, honestly, the Skylands would be a good place for underground and above ground, kind of, because you could kind of see the underground, because it's like an island, right? All right, let's go get our Mosslax buff. So the last time I checked, the Mosslax thing, you could move him temporarily, but then somebody found out that you could pick up his plate of food and put it down somewhere else. Does that permanently move him? Yeah, it does permanently move him. That's cool. That's super cool. All right, we want more crouton salad today. Eat up, buddy. Eat up, buddy. Ugh. Eat up. Snack City. One second, chat room. Yeah, what up, Tamper? Happy Friday. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I was responding to a message. I'm doing that in the building where Chef Dente was. Dude, the building where Chef Dente was completely redone by Baxter Buddy in our community. And boy, did it look awesome. I wanna redo that building, I think. We'll see what we end up doing. Close this. All right, well, we're settling in here. And as far as our dailies, we still have to do our challenges, right? I'm kind of creating my dailies list as we go. We still have to do our challenges today. And which means just... Can I have an empty space anywhere? Thank you. We still have to do our challenges, which means doing the stuff in here to get coins. Like, I still want to do these three right here. So let's cook some food, let's get a relic appraised, and let's make glass. That's almost 1,000 coins just for kind of doing nothing, right? Let's do that really quick. I think glass was it limestone? No. Was it just sand or volcanic ash? That's what it was. So let's throw that in here. Grab myself a fire Pokemon to come work on this. No, Sableye event will be in May. Yeah, Sableye event's in May. So they spaced them out a whole month between. Which doesn't feel... Like, it feels like almost too much, but I guess it's probably important that they kind of temper expectations, right? Because, like, if they come out the gate swinging with an event, like, every 2 seconds, people are going to start expecting that. You know what I mean? So, like, we had the little April Fool's holiday, we had a little event, and then it's kind of going to go quiet for the next couple weeks. And then I think, like, the first week of May is the next event in game. So people time traveled forward and found one more event for us to look forward to that's in the game's code. Another Pokemon event. Yeah, there's one more event in the game's code right now. That we like, we're talking about like events versus holidays, right? I'm not sure if there's other holidays, but as far as events, like the Hoppip one, the next one is found in May, and that's the only other one that's been found. And you better believe people have been dedicatedly time traveling, you know, like, you know, people are hunting through the game looking for secrets. The YouTubers, you know. Is it possible that the Pokemon that need the new beach habitat you found need to be spawned in Bleak Beach? That is possible, and the way that we can double check is if we go into the habitat that I just created. So let's go find the beach habitat real quick. And we click on it. These Pokemon would say if there was a specific requirement of a city right here. It would say it. It would be like question mark, and then it would be like has to be Pallet Town. Has to be Bleak Beach. Has to be Rocky Ridges. So we're good. So we are good. We are good to just spawn in these last Pokemon wherever. And now it's just a game of RNG. Now we did just get the spicy Moslax buff to increase our chances for Pokemon to spawn. So, you know, we have a higher chance. It's not going to be guaranteed. But that's why we have to just go about our business and go about our dailies. And it'll just happen naturally. So let's go ahead and continue doing our challenges really quick. We have the glass done here. All right, easy peasy. What are the other two I have to do? I have to cook some food, and I have to grab a relic to get appraised. I wasn't sure. Yeah, no problem. No problem. We're all learning the game together, you know? Even at my kind of insano hour count, there's plenty of people that have played more than me and might know more than I do. But I'd say that between myself and the community and I, we've started getting a pretty good pool of knowledge together, you know? I pretty much took a break for a week, so I'm sure I've gotten surpassed. All right, get a relic appraised. Mysterious statue. Yo, Killer Chef coming in. Dude, what up, baby? Killer Chef do oh we you. Killer Chef pure. Sorry, I got that song stuck in my head. Killer Tofu. I keep getting distracted making builds and decorating. Your storage corner is crazy. I know, it's getting a little nuts around here. We're trying to move it all to the basement right now. Here, let's do another batch of moving things. Let's do another batch of moving stuff. I just casually do batches of moving things into my storage unit. All right, take this with us. I could punch these chests, it would be faster. But we're just gonna go with the flow here. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Are we not gonna be able to fit it all? That would be tragic. Okay, no, we have some space left. All right, and we'll take this as well. Yeah, you can punch the chest and everything just spills out on the ground. Minecraft style. All right, so this is the actual storage room. This is the actual storage room. You see? And we're trying to make sense of it all, you know? We're trying to make sense of it all around here. We're trying to make sense of it all. All right, where's my... This is my cliff rock chest. Let's put all this cliff rock away. And let me grab that. I put the wrong thing in here. Where did it go? There it is. The spotted cliff rock. My man's playing Minecraft right now. Just a little bit of that, you know, just a little. Just a little. Yo, Neanderthal with the 69 months. Oh, H-Des Nices in the chat. Oh, here it goes again, dude. Here it goes. Coarse rock. All right, we got white rock around here. Where are we putting white rock? Over here. Did you make a chest for every single block? Basically, yeah. Just keeping things organized for future. I think this game's has a lot of staying power, so I figured I would invest. Yo, thanks for the biddies, Cozy. I figured I would invest my time early on into making, you know, something that I could grow with. Do. No, you're so right. I've got to do this. Yeah, right. It's like like might as well start doing this stuff now, because this is the kind of game I feel like is going to bring enough to the table for long enough that you might want to have a nice storage system just for the long haul, you know? All right, I don't have anything for the copper. I think I have something for everything else in here, though. Drop off this ordinary soil because I have too much of that. I don't think I have ice anywhere. I'm not sure. What is this? Is this a crystal wall? I don't know if I have that anywhere. I'm just gonna dump it in here for now, just in case. Hoarding Hylian, some things never change, yo. Some things never change, I suppose. Like random farm soil? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? I don't need a whole separate chest for farm soil. So that's where I have to put my foot down. And I do have to just kind of, what is this, a rusted? I am gonna have to combine some chests. Like I have this reddish brown cave wall. It's like, dude, I'm not gonna have a ton of that. You know, maybe one day I will, but not right now.
Desnavi happy Friday Hylian and fam. Day hype 3 this time next month I'll be married.
Red Rock. What the heck? Thanks for 66. This time next month I'll be married. You have to be pretty hype, dude. You have to be pretty hype, dude. This is light brown. What is this? Reddish brown? Like what? How many different colors are there? There's brown, there's red, there's reddish brown. This game just went too hard. This game just went too hard, dude. The Black Cliff Rock? Literally 2 weeks. That's so nuts. Oh man, you still get slates. You still get slates after finishing, and they're useful for trading, but otherwise they're more just a pain in your neck, and you're just going to be getting slates randomly. You can just get rid of them, right? You can just get rid of them, or you can just... Like, the community's been developing all sorts of different ways to kind of deal with some of the extra items in the game that you end up not, like, needing. And one solution is to just drop all your junk on a dream island and leave, which is actually a pretty solid solution. Another solution people have developed is using it for trade fodder. You know, some stuff actually has a pretty high value when it comes to trading. And I imagine mysterious slates are one of those items. If I just had to guess, mysterious slates probably have some pretty decent value as far as trading. If I had to guess, I could be guessing wrong, but do I have a chest dedicated to volcanic ash? Yeah, they sell for 100. Yeah, so like that's like there's like something you could do with the slates for endgame when you're just sitting there like, what am I doing with this trash? You know, and then maybe some Pokemon will even increase the value of it, because we did find out that Pokemon have preferences for items, and they'll actually give you more value if they're the one you're trading with, if you give them an item that they value. Like, there is a creature out there that values... There is a creature out there that apparently values dirt, and they might pay more if you give them dirt. The CDs and slates are worth like 1,000 each. Yeah, I figured that was the end game for the slates. All right, do we have any furniture that counts as relaxing in here? Relaxation. Yeah, apparently... that's like the end game goal for those items. So if you're feeling like you're bogged down with a bunch of stuff that you don't need, that might be where you're going. There's a Red Hot Chili Peppers song named I Like Dirt. I mean, why am I not surprised? It's the Red Hot Chili Peppers. All right, and then some toys. Just drop off this stuff as well. And then I have a chest dedicated to like random trash, but like the item form of the trash where you can decorate with it. All right, cool. And then don't I have one dedicated to kits? Let's get these kits out of my inventory as well. And then I don't think I have anything dedicated for fences yet. Fences are going to need their own home here soon, because we sure have a lot of fences. Save your slates and make cool unknown messages. I mean, I like that. That's fun. All right, let's put this fence in here. And anything like fences or like wood panels or anything like that just all need to go into a home. All right, I have some nature chest as well. All right, see, and this is it. Now this is stuff that I plan to do like in my free time, but this is my current organization journey, where I'm just trying to kind of make some sense of my universe in this game. Make some kind of sense of what I'm doing here. Next area. All right, let's go ahead and just drop all this stuff off here. I don't plan to put my resources down here. Anything that is used in crafting, I'm trying to give like a permanent home somewhere else in my journey. I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do with that yet, but eventually anything that's like, I'm going to make like a crafting station basically. And anything that could be used in crafting will have its own home, separate away from all of these chests. Yo, Didius Maximus, take it easy, buddy. Never stop laughing. Great advice, to be fair. Great advice. All right, nothing spawning in here. Quick little organization session. Let's go find some glowing spots around the world. I know I have some I haven't gotten here yet. Yeah, paper seems to be best found from the Skylands or... Paper seems to be best found from the Skylands or Dream Islands. All right, then we got to go check our Cloud Island for the day. See if we got a stamp there. And apparently the community's been putting in work when I was off stream. All right, before I go and claim the large glowing spot, I'm gonna grab all the small ones first. So that's number 1. Yo, Exhaustion, good to see you here early. What up, Jenna Meadows? The wall mirrors give you a couple hundred trading points and they only use one in glass. Dude, Jenna knows. Where's my chapstick? All right. That's 3, right? We're gonna try to do some of our own science. Now there's some more fresh water around here. Let's keep going this way real quick. I need to save the paper I start finding. I mean, I wouldn't say you have to. I don't think paper doesn't seem to be too rare, does it? Is that what we're talking about? Is paper kind of rare? Playing Pokopia with the sleeping cat right next to me. Yo, what up, Super? I'm Jelly. Oh, let me pull up my proper chat here. Just in case I missed some YouTube, but we've been good though. What's up, Coco Cat, by the way? You saw Noivern sleeping at the office desk? Yeah. Good morning, Renee. JD, enjoy the show today, by the way. And Big Doggo, again, good morning as well. All right, this is all fresh water here. I'm not seeing... Oh, there it is. So that's number 4. So let's see if there's another water spot somewhere to be number 5. So that we can potentially see if you can get 6. We've talked about this a couple times. There might be another glowing spot somewhere this way. Oh, we back, baby. Oh, we back. What's up, Bookie Proud Mama? I just unlocked the quest via the speaking tower. Just got the Cascade badge. I'm definitely playing slow Pokia. And there ain't nothing wrong with a little slow Pokia, dude. Take your time, chat. There's nothing wrong with a little slow Pokia. All right, I got 4 glowing spots. And that seems to be it for me today here. Now, there is one more location with fresh water we haven't checked yet. And that's over... Remember, it's not just fresh water. It has to be fresh water that also can see the light of day. It's real weird, but you're only going to find it in fresh water that can see the light of day. So we're going to check this area right here. Sometimes the water in here will actually trigger a glowing spot because there's enough light going in. All right, so I got 4, and then my 5th is going to be the one over here. So in my own experience today, it is 4 plus a 5th. But that doesn't prove anything like wrong. You know, it just, in my experience, it was 4 with the 5th being the glowing spot. So maybe it is 5 and then a 6th for some people and some days. But in my own experience, it was 4 with a 5th here. All right, recipe for a berry print. Cute. All right, and then there's a couple artifact spots around here that we might want to investigate. We're only missing 1 fossil for Aerodactyl. We're missing Aerodactyl's fossil. That's it. I thought I saw a glowing spot. There it is. Sister Honey needs some muscle. Yeah, I'm missing the wing as well. I believe I'm missing the right wing as well. The exact same thing you're missing. It's probably not a coincidence, you know what I mean? If I had to guess. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I gave up and printed it. I'm thinking about printing it. I just have the head for that fossil left. Been looking for days. Been looking for days. They got us out here on the daily grind trying to get these fossils. Haven't got a handle on Magnemite controls. Like, how are you handling exploding relics? You don't. Exploding relics are super hard to handle with Magnemite. Yeah, you have to kind of... You have to be really, really fast, or I just miss it every time. Now, thankfully, we've learned that most exploding relics are actually just large relics in the end. Does that make sense? That's what we're learning. So we're pretty confident that it's not like you're missing out on fossils, and it's not like you're missing out on mysterious slates. We're pretty confident that all you're missing out on is a large relic, which you'll quickly learn that the relics don't matter that much after a while. They're kind of like whatever. So you can kind of just let the exploding relics go is what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't even overthink the exploding relics too much. They don't seem like they're that important. Oops, some balloon this morning. Yo, good to see you, Flo Dunn. Hope you're feeling good today, Flo Dunny. So, for those of you that are playing Pokemon Champions, has anybody actually taken the plunge? I think it's a Switch 2 exclusive game, which is real weird, right? I think so. I did play some Champions in my free time, and as I said, I am willing to show it off if the chat would like to see it later today. But as I said this morning, there's just not really a ton to see. It really is just a battle simulator, but I can at least show y'all my team later. Yeah. Champions is free to play, but there's like a starter package for like $5. It is free to play though, but there's like a starter package. All right, I'll play some hide and seek with you. Let's go. Oh, it is on Switch 1 as well. Okay, good. It would have been so weird if it wasn't on Switch 1. All right, they're looking for me. Oh, frick. All right, let's become a guitar. They'll never suspect me. Clover. Oh, frick. They're suspecting the guitar. Quick, distract them, Raikou. Go. Yeah, Karen Keisha. It's a great way to get a normie into VGC. Yeah, right. It's just it's super accessible, super fast paced in a sense, and like being able to build a team without much knowledge is cool. Like, you want to know the best thing that they did in Champions for normies? Is that when you recruit Pokemon, they can have already fully filled up stats, and then you can use it. There's an auto build feature. So there's an auto build feature, and you can get Pokemon that are already prepared for battle. So like, it's really nice actually, because you, just like TCG Pocket, you could really start your whole journey just auto building your teams and just going into the teams and just like going into the battles and just like having fun. You don't have to think that hard about it. The auto build feature seems okay. All right, let's go to the Withered Waste and start thinking about the future of our build there. I want to start doing some designing this morning while we wait for these Pokemon to spawn in. And we're going to be kind of coming back and forth between here to see if Pokemon are spawning in. So let's go kind of get the lay of the land. Let's go get the lay of the land here. And try to get a feel for what we're doing here today as far as my design goes. And then what I'm going to need to bring with me to accomplish it. Now, we got the recipe for the fence I needed, but I need to figure out what I'm going to put the fence on top of and if I have the recipes for that. Champions is not killing Showdown anytime soon if that's all they got. Oh, not even close. So here's what Champions does well and here's what Champions doesn't do well. So first off, Champions does provide data built into the app for the way people are building their teams. It's actually really good data and it's probably the best part of the app in my opinion. So the game basically built into it has like Pikalytics, if you know what like Pikalytics is. Like, so built into the game is a way to say, oh, this is how people are building Garchomp. This is what people are using. Here's the 90% chance, like the 90% of how people are building this Pokemon, 80% of people are building it this way. So that's really cool and that's really important. And that's not even in Showdown. That's something you would have to go to like Pikalytics for. Then, secondly, what it does really well is what I mentioned earlier about allowing people to recruit Pokemon that are already built, so for newbies. Lastly, what it does pretty well aside from that is it makes like the actual like queuing for battles and stuff all pretty seamless. It's all at your fingertips. It's very similar to like Scarlet and Violet's UI, which is all pretty smooth and simple. It's a little bit more complicated to navigate Champion or Showdown, but if you're on Showdown, you're probably you probably don't care about the complication of it because you're on the app for a reason. You like it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, that's about it, man. It's not going to replace Showdown for people who don't have a Switch 1. Now, it could maybe replace Showdown for people when it comes to mobile. For those that don't know, Pokemon Showdown is an app you can play in browser, or it's an app you can download to your computer, and it allows you to interact with a Pokemon battling simulator for free. And it's definitely not going anywhere. Now, once Champions comes to mobile, I could see more people shifting because it is the official way to play the game. It's the official battle simulator. But you better believe that because of all the monetization stuff that they're trying to push, for example, they only give you 30 spaces in your box by default, and you have to you have to basically purchase the rest of the spaces for boxes and teams and stuff. Like when you first start off on Showdown, you can only have 3 teams and you can only have 30 Pokemon. So they quickly try to push you towards buying more space for Pokemon and teams and stuff, which is like a little bit weird, right? So yeah, no 6v6 is also really weird. I agree. And that's alienating a lot of people. Now that's stuff that they could fix, right? I have a feeling they could fix that. There's a lot of stuff that they could fix, but there's some stuff that nobody's ever going to get over. Happy Friday, Minty Mont. Hey, good to see you. All right, so what items are we going to need here? So first off, we need to figure out what we're putting down as the base here. Some sort of light brown brick or something. Let's go see if we have a crafting table to take a look at our recipes. You think Pokemon's gonna try to shut down Showdown? Dude, they might. They might, yeah, they might. I feel like they would have already done that ahead of time if they were gonna. But maybe if they don't see the numbers they want, that's what they'll do, right? Maybe if they don't see the numbers they want. All right, so I need some sort of like light brown brick, or maybe I could paint the stone brick. Is there like a brown stone brick in the game? Does anybody know? Let me explain what I need, and then maybe you could all help me actually. Let me explain what I need real quick. I need something for the base of this under the fence. I need something for the base under the fence. I'm thinking some sort of like light brown brick or something. So, okay, so I'm gonna have to paint most likely. I'm most likely gonna have to paint. Okay, that's not a problem. That's not the worst. It could be worse. Puffy tree pillar. Oh, here, look at this. Just a regular brick floor. Oh, this is flooring, though. Yeah, I think chat's right. I think we're going to be using either the stone brick or the brick wall and coloring it. We're going to be using one of these and probably painting it. Is that not wood? I don't think so. It looks like brick to me. Looks like some form of a brick. What's up, Charizard? Welcome back. Where'd you run off to this time? Dude, I'm just chilling, buddy. Don't even worry about me. I've been using floors as walls. Right. I don't think it matters. You totally smashed it, Ditto. I also found some better doors for this building. So then the question is how do I get brown paint? I need to bring black and white? And yellow, maybe? Just red plus green. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, red plus green. Yeah, duh. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. All right. I also wanted to bring some trash for this area and a recycling bin for this area. Maybe 2 recycling bins. What if you use some poke dung? Oh, my favorite. I got some of that saved up just for this occasion. This game teaching us how to mix paint. All right, and then for this field here, we want bushes, flowers. We're not necessarily going to have to stick to a theme. Lamppost, iron benches. We don't necessarily have to stick to a theme, but let's just grab everything we can and bring a chest out here and let's get started. It's called Pallet Town after all. My Pokemon don't poop. Okay. All right. If that's what you have to say to keep yourself sleeping at night. Yo, thanks for the 20 likes over on YouTube, everybody. I appreciate the love over there. Helps me get in front of more people. New Pokemon spawn? New Pokemon spawn? New Pokemon spawn? New Pokemon spawn? Oh, guess not. All right, so we might need some lamp posts. I'm thinking maybe we might need like 10 of these. What up, Zella Zephyrah? Good to see you. That streak, yeah, 150. Legend. All right, from there, we might need some benches, some flowers, maybe a kit or 2. We do have some pretty fancy looking kits. Now that I think about it, I don't think there are any life sims or farming games where critters poop. There's a Dinkum. There's Dookie and Dinkum. And then, just a side note, the whole game of Slime Rancher is about the slime's doo-doo. the whole game of Slime Rancher. Like, in fact, like the whole game is about wrangling doo-doo. So just throwing that one out there as well. That's like an honorable mention. But yeah, you don't see that often. Oh, also, shout out to Cult of the Lamb, where you can, there's also a little bit of that in that game, you know? All right, let's see what we're working with here. I don't think we want windmills or water wheels in that area, but we might. But that's later talk. We might end up wanting a Pikachu fountain out there. The relaxing park kit could be cool. Let's grab that. The fountain plaza kit could be kind of cool. Let's grab that stuff and see if we're going to end up using it. Probably not. Small office kit. All right, and then we need some nature. Mini shoot adventures. Yeah, I'm hip. I'm hip to mini shoot adventures. I haven't played it though, but I'm hip to it. I have been hip hop anonymous, you know? Do 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 do. All right, we're gonna need lots of wildflowers. And lots of bush. And then we'll probably end up splashing some other flowers in as well. But let's not overthink it too much. And I'm thinking we're going to be using some different types of bush as well. We're not going to use the same bushes around the whole area. We'll probably start mixing in some other flowers. I don't need to grab too much. Right now, we're just trying to get like a basic shape here of what we're going to be working with. Has Go normalized this? My boomer self. I don't like how the official Pokemon tournaments for VG will soon be played on an app with in-game purchases. Has Go normalized this? My boomer self is shake my head. Yeah, I think that is the future, unfortunately. I think that is exactly what they're trying to cook up right now. I believe that is the future, and I agree. I think it is a little weird. I don't know, man. It's like, as somebody who kind of actively tried to fight against microtransactions for years, eventually it just gets exhausting because, like, the companies don't want to stop pushing it, and most people don't want to stop engaging with it. So it's just like one of those things that I hate to be a downer about it, but like I've just like given up. Like I don't really care anymore. Just like whatever, man. They win. They won. They got me, partner. The game's over. Victory goes to the game publishers. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think, and there's like a bunch of conversation to have around it, you know, like. Right, we might want these signs. Like in some cases, microtransactions are good because it's a game model where it's free to play, and then you can just choose to pay. So like, should you be complaining if it's free to play and the microtransactions are choice? So like, is that even a big deal? Well, then it's like, well, is it pay to win versus cosmetics? And then it's like, well, you know, some people are okay with cosmetics, some people aren't. Some people are okay with pay to win, some people aren't. You know, and then the conversation goes even further, and then it's like, well, what about, are they designing the game around microtransactions, making the experience feel worse unless you're paying money? Now we're getting into the philosophical weeds. Yeah, you can like talk about it for days, weeks, months, but like, it's just such a boring conversation for me now, for me personally nowadays. Because, man, I was on the forefront of that battle for a long time. I tried to openly talk down on microtransactions. I tried to hope that people would stop utilizing them and playing gacha games, but no one cares, man. No one cares. No one cares, dude. People just want to play video games, dude. And I don't blame them. There's enough going on in the world that the last thing that people want to think about is how they engage with the thing that's supposed to be escape for them. So people don't care. So like, why do I'm going to stop caring if your average person doesn't care. Because like, why should they care? Again, this is supposed to be entertainment. You're not supposed to be thinking about politics while you're playing video games. Oh, but like, should I support this game because it's this person made it and they're getting the money for it? Oh, like nobody even wants to think about that, dude. Nobody got time for that. I got other stuff I need to think about. I don't care. I'm just trying to play video games. You know what I mean? Like, and so I don't really blame people for just playing games. And I'm one of those people now. I've given up the fight. I'm sorry. I'm just playing games, dude. I'm not thinking about it anymore. I'm just playing video games. I don't care who made the game. I don't care who's getting money from I'm just playing video games, because sitting here and playing politics with video games is just so miserable, man. It's so miserable, dude. And you know, again, I get it. There's totally a reason to feel up in arms about microtransactions. Like, yeah, I get it, dude. Like, some of us, we want a better future for gaming, and we want a better future for the stuff that we interact with. But man, gaming has gotten way too popular to stress out about it. Gaming is way too popular to care about that stuff anymore. It's too popular. It's at this point, you're like asking people to not listen to like, that would be like going into music, right? Imagine if you're like a music connoisseur and someone told you not to listen to a certain band because of some politics reason. Think about that. You would never listen to them. Oh, actually, you shouldn't really listen to Metallica anymore because Metallica was suing people for downloading their music. And I think that's pretty terrible, so I'm not going to support Metallica. Like, nah, man, you're just going to listen to Metallica. Like, I bet you there's the percent of people that stopped listening to Metallica because of their legal stuff was so dismal. It doesn't matter. Like, you're just going to go listen to music. Music is just meant to be listened to. Like, who cares, dude? You just listen to the music. You're not thinking about the politics. And it's like, so this is happening with gaming, and I'm starting to like get burnt out of it, because it's like, you know, what do you want? You know, like, what are we doing? Or what are we, you know, why are we like care? Why do we care so much about like how video games function? You know, well, I know why. And again, I want to make this clear. I was on the front lines. I was fighting that stuff, right? I was on the front lines. I was like, dude, I don't like microtransactions. I was there when the first ever microtransaction appeared in Oblivion, the horse armor. I was there, dude. I lived through it. I saw it happening, and I was like, this is not good for gaming. And I tried to tell people, don't pre-order games. Stop. That's not helping. Don't buy into pre-order DLC. It's all a scam. And for years, a literal decade, 2 decades went by. People don't care. Like, it's, but people don't care, dude. Like, so I'm, you know, it's just not, who cares? You know what I mean? Just play video games or don't, you know, enjoy a game or don't enjoy a game. But like, after 2 decades of trying to like fight the good fight against microtransactions, I yield, dude. We lost. I yield, man. I yield. It's not fun anymore. A lot of people like what they get from microtransactions and enjoy it. Right. And that's what I was trying to express during the conversation, that like, there's like a side of microtransactions that aren't even that bad anymore, that allow people to play games for free that couldn't otherwise play those games. Right? Like, imagine if they had to charge for Pokemon Champions. That would suck for like 90% of the people who are going to use the app. Because that's the whole reason why Champions exist. to provide a way for people to engage with Pokemon without spending $60 on a game. That's the whole point. So if they were to charge $20 for the app and take the microtransactions out, at that point, they just defeated the whole purpose of the app. It was supposed to be a free way for people to engage with VGC, just like Pokemon Showdown. The problem is that the fat cats want money, so they're doing microtransactions. And that's like the trade-off. The trade-off is, do you want accessibility versus giving them lining their pockets or not, you know? So it's tough. It's a tough and very nuanced conversation. And then I've come to terms with the idea that not all microtransaction stuff is bad. And wow, this Noivern's still sleeping in this computer chair. You know, it's like, it's tough. It's like, but I'm down. I'm just playing games nowadays. I'm just jamming, dude. Just jamming out. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this as well. Yeah, man. It's funny how universal this topic in the game space. I see in a Final Fantasy community. I just want to play games, not bringing politics into everything. I don't like Drake anymore because he's nasty. Well, the problem was that you liked Drake's music in the first place. That has nothing to do with his change in his persona. His music just was always bad. So I mean, like, in all reality, like, you know, that was like, that's a whole nother conversation. That's you know, like, you know, what do we? Truth got him. Just throwing that out there, you know. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just Jimmy from Degrassi. I feel personally attacked, but facts. As a Drake enabler, he's always been corny. He's what we said back in my hip hop days. Back in my hip hop days, what Drake was a studio thug, which is translated to somebody who goes into the studio and speaks words as if he's lived a hard life. But we all know he's a Canadian actor. So he's just an actor. Drake's whole music, everything is a lie. He's just making good sounding music. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. There's nothing wrong with making good sounding music. And that's why I don't talk down on like Drake fans. I'm not a weirdo. Why would I do that? Why would I gatekeep music? Music just sounds good to our ears. We like music. But he is a studio thug. And everything he's saying on his record is complete BS. He's a pretendo. He's selling fan fiction for his own life. Which again, that's not a problem. Not everyone listens to music for the same reasons. Maybe you are okay with listening to fan fiction music. I do. You know, some of my favorite music tells stories. Like anybody ever heard of, I think it's called, is it Deer Tree or I can't remember, but like there's plenty of music out there that tells stories through the music. I love storytelling in music. I'm totally down for that. You know, yeah, Deer Hunter is what I was talking about, right? Like, there's plenty of musical artists out there that tell beautiful stories through their music. So it's not a problem that he's telling stories. That's cool. Good, right? Awesome stories. But don't get mad if it gets called out for just being stories. Just cool, awesome, soft, like listening stories. Like you're just jamming out to a good Stephen King novel that just so happens to be rapped. You know, like, because that's what it is. Like, just to be clear, I just want to make it clear. I'm not mad at him. I'm just saying he's a storyteller, and he probably doesn't even write his own music. So he's actually not a storyteller. He's just the narrator for a book on tape. Because in all reality, he probably doesn't write his own music either, because let's be real, I don't think Jimmy's writing his own music. So actually, he's just a narrator on tape over beats. And I'm laughing because this is a realization that I just had, that actually he's not being a storyteller. He's actually just a narrator of a story that somebody else wrote. So like, you know, it's a whole thing. Like, it's just like a whole thing, you know? You know, but all right, you know, but music's music, dude. Listen, we're not here to judge your taste in music, man. That's not what we're trying to, that's not what we're trying to do. You know, we're just chilling. Audio book. What up, Nembo Tavi? Oh wow, we have some regular square hedges. We might use these. Right now, for those that are here for actual gameplay, right now we're going through our chest and we're looking for materials that we're gonna need for some designing here. All right, let's see how many fences we can make. No, but your point was still valid, right? I was being a little hyperbolic, Cosmic, but like, I think it was Cosmic, but it might have been UMT. But the truth is that, right, I think there's always a scenario where the individual makes a decision to stop supporting something that they don't believe in. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, there's something very admirable about that. About the willingness to say, listen, I used to love this thing and now I don't, because I don't agree with the artist or I don't agree with what it represents or whatever. And I think that's a very powerful thing that I wish more of us would do. And that's what I meant. Like, just because I'm a little burnt out from the microtransactions conversation and I've kind of moved on a little bit, I'm just kind of making my own personal choices based on game versus game. That's the difference. You know, I didn't say this, Coco, but like, that's the difference for me. Instead of shutting down every game that has microtransactions, and instead of shutting down every form of microtransactions, I now just go from game to game. And I say, okay, this game's actually okay. Okay, this game's not. Okay, this game is. Okay, this game's not. And to go back to circle back to Champions, I think Champions is one of those things that I am okay with. They don't seem to be pay to win. They're more pay for convenience, which is actually pretty obnoxious. I hate pay for convenience. But, you know, whatever. You know, sometimes you have to pick your battles. And this is a battle I don't feel like fighting. You know, as whereas like, some people might not want to watch certain movies or read certain books. Some people might be okay with that. You know, I don't think it's all just personal. It's all per person. And you should just make your decisions based off of whatever you want to do, you know, whatever you're willing to put up with. And again, the fun part about a conversation like this is when you realize that most people aren't even thinking about it. Because most people, and the more that people say this, the more unreal it seems. But it's still true, I promise you. Most people are not chronically online. That is still true, even if the more you hear that, the more it fakes it sounds, right? It's like, actually, everyone's on the internet. Yeah, true. But not everyone's on the internet to the point to where they are listening and they care about like the politics of anything. Like most people who listen to Drake probably don't know anything about Drake's personal life. Most people who are buying games, they don't know anything about the developers. So you have to remember, like when you meet somebody in public and they're like listening to Chris Brown and you're aghast by this. You're like, what? Isn't that dude an actual chode? Like, why would you ever support his music? Maybe that person just has no clue even what's going on. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they never even like remotely once was presented with the idea that the person who made the music they're listening to is bad. Maybe that didn't even cross their mind. They didn't look into it. They didn't do research. They might not know. So like, don't be so taken back. Don't be so put off. Just assume that that person has no clue. And then if you end up engaging with them and having a conversation and they're openly supporting something that you would rather not support, you still don't take to arms. You just go, okay, well, I don't really want to support that, but cool. And you just move on. Now, like, if you're still going to judge that person for that, that's okay. That's your prerogative to judge, you know? We all judge each other. Let's not lie to ourselves, you know? So if you're secretly going to judge that person who's a Chris Brown fan, go for it. We all judge around here, don't we? I'm a judger. Sometimes I judge. Like when somebody comes in my chat and says that they used to listen to Drake, I'm kind of judging you a little bit. I'm kind of like in my mind thinking, oof. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That last part was just meant to lighten up the conversation. Call me Judy. Yeah. yeah. Like it's just jokes. It's just jokes. Judging in 4K. All right. Do I have everything I need? Probably not. And then we have the bricks, but we need paint. I need to bring red and green paint with me. Yeah, you're good, Coco Cat. I just want to be clear, Coco. I wasn't talking directly to you. I was mostly just sharing my thoughts on the subject. Yeah. You're totally valid to have your opinion on that. And your opinion's a real concern, by the way.
I'm judging you right now. Like, how can one person be so daggone cute?
Oh my lord, stop that. What are you saying? I'm not even sure what you're saying. Stop, dude. No, stop. I don't even know what you're saying right now. Stop. Exclamation point blush in the chat. What up, Lynx, man? Thanks for 82 months, you hooligan. We just celebrated 7 years of streaming. I'm not sure if you saw. And yeah, Coco Cat, you're absolutely wonderful, and your concern is so valid. I just went off on a random soapbox about the whole conversation around microtransactions, because like, I felt like other people could probably relate, and like other people have probably given up a little bit as well. I almost just shared it for like a piece of shared experience with the community. Like, did anybody else feel this way? Like, that whole conversation has gotten to the point where it's like, sorry, dude, I just don't even care anymore. Like, I've given up trying to fight the good fight against microtransactions. Like, I'm just chilling, dude. But yeah, Coco, your feelings are so valid over on YouTube. Like, how do the competitors feel that they're playing on this app now that has like microtransactions? Like, if you're a competitor, you're gonna feel more like inclined to like spend money on the app, you know? And I guess the only thing I would say to that is, to be fair, the way that the game has been set up before, like since like before Champions, the competitors still had it pretty bad because they had to buy $60 games to get legendary Pokemon. So to be fair, this is still not even addressed. It's not even, you know what I mean? Like, to be fair, like when it comes to competitive Pokemon, competitors have always been screwed, because if you wanted to compete, you had to spend sometimes $60 to $120 to get a Pokemon just to make sure that you're able to compete. So even though the microtransactions do seem kind of daunting, I do need to remind you that like it's far from the whole conversation, because Pokemon in general has always been gatekept by like $60 plus $120 plus purchases just to even remotely like compete with the people and build the teams that like you need to build. It's like playing TCG, right? Like the card games, you know? If you want to build like the best Magic the Gathering decks, you're spending like $500 right now. It's like the same vibe. Competing in Pokemon TCG, competing in Pokemon VGC has always weirdly been a super expensive endeavor. It's always been like a weird endeavor, dude. Kind of expensive one. Oh, I didn't watch level 5 showcase today, but you know what? We were gonna do some game news stuff today, so we could take a quick look. Hold on, let me go ahead and let me paint some bricks real quick. All right, we can get brown bricks here. I think this is almost not light enough. I'd almost like a lighter brown, Chad. Do you think I need to try a different base, or is this about the lightest brown I'm gonna get? Oh, maybe I use orange. Oh, is there a beige? That's a little too gray. Honestly, the yellow even looks good. Even the yellow kind of looks good. People have been memeing Smoggin for years, but they really did create the best base for this stuff. Yeah, they did. Yeah, it looks like yellowish orangish. Should I try the yellow or the orange? What do y'all think? I just don't. I want something that's not going to contrast too much with the white fence. I don't want there to be a massive contrast between the white fence and the base. That's the thing I'm struggling with when it comes to this color right here, because I feel like there's going to be a massive contrast for this. But whereas if I use like orange or yellow, that contrast is going to feel a lot better. I think the orange is the play. Yeah, it does the entire stacks, I'm pretty sure. The yellow feels like it might be a little too bright, no? I mean, the yellow looks good. I'm not gonna lie. Orange looks like brick. The yellow really does kind of look good. Like it kind of does. Like I'm very intrigued by the yellow and orange. Let's try this. Oh, I need yellow paint with me. Oh, I didn't bring the right color. All right, let me go grab some yellow paint. Maybe do one block to test and compare. I should probably do that. Yeah. Yeah, I should do that. I should do a couple. We'll do one of each, and then we'll do a quick test, and then we'll see. Let me grab some yellow paint first. Yeah, what up, Slope? All right. Into the storage unit we go. Do I have the fences on me? I do. Okay, good. Grab some yellow paint real quick. We got plenty of that. I should probably bring Smear Guru to the castle town so I don't have to do this. Wish you could paint multiple blocks for the two paints. There's so much I want to paint, but I feel like it'll take forever to gather that much paint. So I can tell you that when you do a painting session, you can paint up to 10 blocks at a time. It's interesting. So like there is a bit of a system to kind of save that, but you're still going to be using a lot of paint up. But let me try to explain, Dusty, just in case you don't know what I'm saying. Let me just try to quickly explain. And if you know this, that's fine. You know, no big deal. No! Dang it! I couldn't stay on the road. I couldn't stay on the road. So yeah, like... Here we go. So like, watch this. So, you see how it says you need 2 paint? Hold on. Okay, so look at the top. You see this? Look. You see how it says 2? You see how it says 4 needed? Look. So it's going to cost me 2 paint all the way up until I craft 10. Once I go to 11, see how it jumps up to 4? So pay attention to this, because for every item and every block, it's a little different. So you see, for 2 paint, you're actually painting a total of 10 blocks. So here's the smart thing, though, that you need to know. You're wasting your paint if you don't paint at least 10 at a time. See what I mean? So if you don't, anything under 10 is technically a waste of your paint. Think about it. Because why would you do 11? You're paying 2 more pails of paint. Why would you not go up and do 20 instead? So I think this is the thing that's going to help your paint journey in this game. Make sure you're paying attention to the threshold, and you're not just like wasting your paint. Right now, in this case, I don't want to waste my bricks. I'd rather waste paint. So I'm just going to do quickly 1 of each. So for anybody who's struggling with the painting stuff, hopefully that helps. All right, let's do a quick orange. I don't think I need to do brown. I think I'm pretty convinced that brown's not going to be the play. Yo, what up? How you doing today, Spartan? So yeah, so hopefully that helps take the pain away a little bit. Oh man, the yellow does look good. I like the yellow. I'm gonna go with the yellow. Yo, paint me something. Paint me like one of your French girls. A little mustardy. You like the orange better? All right, let's take a look at Castletown and see if a Pokemon spawned in. All right, I'm gonna grab some coffee and then we're gonna do a little bit of game news stuff while we continue to build. I'll be right back. Oh, wrong button. I'll be right back. Nice. We broke our 20 likes for the day. Thank you again, Lynxman, for the support. All right, we're back. Let's see if a new Pokemon spawned in. Come on, Moslax, spicy Moslax buff, do your work, baby. Do your work, spicy Moslax buff, do your work, baby. Get us some new spawns. Daddy needs a new pair of Pokedex entries. Yo, what up, Bearded Beer Fan? Good morning. What up, Cuck Magic? Good morning as well. It's Strawberry Grass. Thinking of getting a Steam Deck. Does anybody have a good recommendation of which Steam Deck to get? Ooh, I don't have any Steam Deck recommendations for you personally. Give me just a second here. All right, just adjusting some stuff here. But I did hear that they started taking some Steam Decks like off the shelves or something. You know, the digital shelves. Like, I think the cheapest model is now gone or something. We haven't figured out what we're going to do for this corner. But I love that in this game, because of the replacement mode, you can design in a way where, look at that. Because of the replacement mode in this game, you can design in a way where you can go back and like finish stuff later. I know you all know this, but I'm just commenting on how cool this is. Like how cool this is. That now that I'm starting to structure my build out, all I have to do is just like go and like replace this dirt. Right? Like this is so nice, right? I don't have to like think so hard about it. I don't have to like break everything and replace everything. Like, just very, very nice quality of life with this feature. All right, 100 was definitely not enough, but I just wanted to kind of gauge. I didn't want to overcraft. I think that was going to be worse than undercrafting, so... And I tend to overcraft. All right, we'll stop there. How many do we have left? 5. Okay, so like not much. Now, these fences are about to be a pain in my posterior. You want to know why? Because every time you put the fences down, they can be something else. Like, watch. I don't exactly know how it works. Let me try picking that one up. But these fences can actually be fancy, and I don't know how this works and how long this is going to take me to make, but look. And it's one at a time, and they could be different shapes. It's obnoxious because I don't know if you can like chain them together, if you like get one to spawn. Like, I have to like sit here and pick them up and put them down again over and over again for this random spawn to happen. It's terrible. Like, look at this. Like, and I think there's even some hidden shapes. I think there's even more than the one type that you're seeing here. Like, I think there's... Oh, here's the cool part though. When you pick it back up, it's now officially the leaf pattern. You see that? So at least when you pick it back up again, it doesn't switch back. Yeah, I think there's even another one. There might be a Pikachu shaped one that I haven't seen yet. Yeah, this is so goofy that this is how they want me to find the hidden feature. Like, look at this. Yeah, there is a Pikachu one. I knew it. Like, this is just RNG. There's a second hidden shape. I swear there's a Pikachu one as well. This looks painful. It's gonna be a painful process. It's gonna be a painful process, dude. Oh, you can get the shape you want and then print it. Yes. You can copy, you can print these. Yes, we can take copies. So if we get the Pikachu spawn. All right, so you know, there's probably a better way to do this then. You know what you want to do? Is you want to just spam these and just hope for the best. Like, you just want to spam them over and over again. Right? And then you want to, like, pick them up, put them back down again. Like, you want to, like, spam them. Like, this is ridiculous. I swear there's got to be another one. I swear there's a Pikachu one hidden. I don't know for sure. I can't confirm that, but if it is, it's extremely rare, because look at this. And that's not even the worst problem. I still haven't figured out what I'm going to do about corner walls. Look. They don't automatically connect. The game hates me. Look. I have to put something else in the corner. We're gonna do like a pillar. Where, like, I'm literally just gonna like do that. Right? It's like, it's an easy solution. It's not my favorite, but, and then we might put something there later. Like, I could even put like a lamppost there. We'll do something like this. It sucks though. You have to admit that that sucks. Like, shout out to Animal Crossing for fences that automatically bend around corners. I know a lot of people are like, yo, AC could learn. Well, true, but I'm gonna be real. This game has some learning to do as well. Just saying. All the wooden ones do corners. Wow. So it's just the arched barriers that are chodes. Oh, because this one's technically a barricade and not a fence. That makes sense. That makes sense, actually. Dude, like, how rare is the Oddish? Like, that's insane, dude. It's gotta be like a certain % chance. Like, that's insane, dude. Like, look at that. No Oddishes. There's not a fast way to pick these up. Can you punch them? Oh, yeah. Oh, we're punching. You can't connect multiple different minecart tracks together? Yeah, there's no way to, like, switch tracks. Is that what you're kind of saying? Do you mean Pikachu? Yeah, the Oddish seems pretty rare as well. But I'm assuming there's a Pikachu one because there's a Pikachu one in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. But that really could be an assumption. Why are some of them different? It's a rare thing. Yeah, when you put down an arched barrier, there's a chance that it becomes like an Oddish-shaped arched barrier. Yeah, there's a chance that there's like one of them becomes Oddish, so you can. What? Don't do that. I wanted a regular one there. You know what I mean? So you can go like every other. You can go like every other and make it look real nice. You know, something like that. Could be cute. Isn't that weird? What's up, Trina? I'll stick to my bushes, thanks. Listen, don't judge. All right, let's quickly just go through some of the stuff that was announced for those that missed out. I don't have my scene set up for this, but we can jump over here and see what it looks like. Yeah, this is fine. That's fine. All right. So yeah, this is some of the stuff that was announced yesterday that we got from. Do I have the bookmarks? Okay, that's perfect. And then the other thing that I actually forgot about, shout out to Lao Boys. We missed the level 5 showcase, which we love level 5 around here. So actually, we might watch this one first. Yeah, streamed 2 hours ago. I forgot that this was even happening. I think it happened today. And now I'm not going to watch the full 50 minutes here, but yeah, I completely forgot this was happening. So level 5 is sick because level 5 does a bunch of games that we actually play in this community. A bunch of stuff that we really appreciate as gamers here. So let's go ahead and just quickly get a glimpse for what they... Today I'll be a share. Here, let's go ahead and read this real quick. All right. All right. Fantasy Life I and Inazuma 11 Victory Road. We're truly grateful for all the support we've received. All right, let's see if we get anything. The theme of this level 5 vision is craftsmanship. We've reached a point where we must explore new forms of creativity. With that in mind, we once again find ourselves reflecting on what true human craftsmanship is and renewing our commitment to creating exceptional experiences. Here, we can actually just turn this up. Let's just watch it. All right, and I'm going to skip through some of this. I'm not going to watch this all, just a heads up. Man, I need some eye drops. But I'm going to skip through some of this. But I do want to see what some of the announcements are. What the heck? Some kind of weird mobile looking game? It is. It's just the watermelon game, but with weird cat creatures. Get this out of here. Oh, okay. There's like other gameplay. There's like some digging or something. All right. Anyways, cute looking game. I'm good. Let's skip over to the next. It's a brand new mobile game. So cute. Some sort of animations that have to go with the mobile game, I guess. So whatever. I'm just gonna skip through some of this stuff. I just want to see what was announced. Yokai Watch Mobile. A new direction for the Yokai Watch series. Wow, Yokai Watch is getting a mobile game? That's interesting. So it's like a monster kind of catcher style game. Yeah, so Yokai Watch is getting some sort of mobile experience. I don't think, is this it? I don't know what we're looking at right now. This might be it, but I'm not sure. Yeah, this is it. This is Yokai Watch. That's what I thought. The art is beautiful, I agree. Yokai Watch series, The Great Detective Nekomata. Oh wait, wow, yeah, a new expansion for Yokai Watch Wibble Wobble. So I might have misunderstood there. This might be a whole brand new Yokai Watch game. And then I think the mobile game beforehand was Yokai Watch themed. Let me go back and yeah, I think I was wrong. Look. Yeah, hold on. This actually might be a full Yokai Watch game. Let's go back and let's see what this announcement is really quick. A major announcement for our live mobile title, Yokai Watch Wibble Wobble. A brand new sequel project to the Yokai Watch series will be introduced within the game itself. What? So it's like a game within a game? I don't know what's going on here. All right, well, it looks good. Let's skip ahead and see what's next. All right, let's see what this is about. Yes. Yes. Fantasy Life mentioned. Let's go, dude. What are they gonna do to Fantasy Life? It's finally coming to mobile? Wait, it was already on mobile in the past. Are they putting this whole game on the phone? A vast open world. Dude, I think they're putting this game on mobile. I told y'all, look, they are. Dude, I told y'all mobile gaming is no longer what you think it is. It's not dinky games anymore. Like they're putting Fantasy Life I on the phone. And it supports cross save and cross play. What? What, dude? What? Yeah, dude, Final Fantasy 14's on mobile. WoW's on the way. We all know it. Dude, what? It will connect to the game on Switch. Yeah, they just said cross save and cross platform. So that I'm going to be able to play on my phone and then come home and play on my Switch. It's all the same save file. Slow life RPG where you could do whatever you want. Dude, that's pretty nuts. I'm kind of sad though, because that tells me that they could have been working on like more content for the game, but instead they were working on making the game a mobile game. So this is pretty cool, but I'm pretty sad because I'm like, I can't help but be a greedy goblin. Like, but did you really need to do that? Like, couldn't you have just been doing like another update or something? I'm a greedy goblin though. What can I say? Fantasy Life I coming to smartphone. Interesting. We're also working on a mobile version of Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time. It's been fully optimized for touchscreen controls and runs smoothly on mobile. Naturally, you can also use a gamepad just like on console. Even better, it supports crossplay and cross-save with the console version. So if you started playing on console but you haven't had time to keep going, you can continue right where you left off on mobile using the same save file. This isn't a free-to-play title. It's a one-time purchase, full premium release. Right. Yeah. It includes all the DLCs. Yeah, like this is the future of mobile gaming, man. They're selling full games. I said this before. The Resident Evil 4 Remake was a release title on the iPhone 16. The full game. And all the remastered graphics. You could go and, when it came out, it released on the iPhone 16, which was like the last one. I think they're on 17 now. And you could play Resident Evil Remake, the full-blown game. The full game. $60 on your phone. Buy it, play it. Like, so yeah, this is the future, man. Mobile gaming is far from just crusty, you know, Candy Crush. It's so much more now. Like, I say this out loud because I'm reminding myself. I always talked down on mobile gaming. But I'm saying this not as a matter of fact. I'm saying this as like an awakening of my own. Like, no longer are mobile games just their own class of trash Raid Shadow Legends. We are starting to enter the era where like full games are being released on the mobile. Like Stardew Valley is basically the full game is on mobile. Think about it. Like Stardew makes more sense, but just in general, I'm just saying like there is a future where Nintendo releases a Zelda game and it releases on mobile alongside the Switch. There's a future where the next Gran Turismo releases on mobile alongside the PlayStation 5. Like, this is a reality that we're entering, and it's pretty nuts. Like, it's just nuts to think about. It's like, dude, like, it's crazy. Now, I would hate if like a company that I love makes a game just for mobile. I would hate if like a new entry of Resident Evil was like only a mobile game. That would be like the line that's crossing too far. That's like, okay, hold on, slow down. I don't ever think that future is going to happen anytime soon, but that's the one line that I hope never gets crossed. I would hate if Nintendo was like, we're releasing a brand new, like full feature Zelda game, but it's only on the phone. Oh, like, no, like, yeah, pulling like a Kingdom Hearts, right? Like that would suck. So I hope they never get there. We're currently in the final stages of development with a release plan for 2026. Okay, so that's all the... So nothing about Fantasy Life outside of the mobile app, which kind of sucks. Following the latest entry of the Fantasy Life series... Wait, hold on a second. I spoke too soon. We're also working on a remake of Snack World, The Dungeon Crawl, Gold. What is that? What the hell is Snack World? We've made major updates to the gameplay. Is Snack World a game? Apparently. Wait, why does this look like Fantasy Life? That's just their style, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what Snack World is. Cool, dude. Thanks. What is like some weird kind of MMO? Nintendo Switch 2. Cool. Visuals have a big upgrade. It really pulls you into an immersive feel. The anime's protagonist, so it has something to do with anime, maybe? Reusing assets, maybe. Next, feast your eyes on a video showcasing the latest updates on previously announced titles. All right, so first up is Inazuma 11, the soccer game that you can play with your favorite anime characters. Is this the detective game with Bede from Pokemon Sword and Shield as the protagonist? Or is this Professor Layton? Stay tuned for more. I don't know what the hell that was. Oh yeah, it's the Deca Police. This is Deca Police. We're hit. So we already knew about Deca Police. So the next Yokai Watch. So this is gonna be a brand new Yokai Watch game. Seemingly. So for those that like the Yokai Watch universe, you might be getting some good food to eat soon. Stay tuned. Holy Horror Mansion? All right, anyways, next. We're just skipping through this. Sorry, y'all. I don't want to watch the whole thing right now. All right, so this is Inazuma 11. So the other one was like a new Inazuma game. RE. This is Inazuma 11 getting an update. So this is the most recent like big bill game. They're also on mobile. Why are they putting everything on mobile? This company's going all in on mobile. It looks like that Yokai Watch doesn't have much information released yet, Kodhimi. This company's going all in on mobile. I can't blame them. Yeah, opening up their audience. I can't blame them. All right, let's see what's next. Let's continue with the update of Inazuma 11 Victory Road. Okay. Cool. Switch 2 stuff. All right, what do we got here? The end of today's presentation, an update to Professor Layton. So they're doing a massive showcase of Professor Layton here. All right, we'll sit and watch this a little bit. There's some fans in the chat. We'll watch this one. I know there's some fans out there. We've known about this game for like 2 or 3 years. This is where Professor and I began our adventure. A brand new entry to the Professor Layton series. Good to see you, Professor. Professor Layton in the new world of Steam. I like the big band music. A phantom gunman the people have been talking about. A phantom, you say? I didn't take you for one to believe in such stories. The phantom gunman shrouded in mystery. I asked Luke to find an abducted sister and bring her home safely. A kidnapped Harris. This town's progress. All right, I'm lost. So let's just go. Just read it yourself, I guess. I'm just gonna drink my coffee. I can't read the subtitles. I'm on mobile. A brand new mystery awaits where puzzles meet invasion. It would be most unwise to engage them. Let us retreat at once. The series' biggest collection of puzzles yet. Puzzle designed by Quiznok. This is the truth. A host of all new puzzles, more challenges. Can you solve them all? Luke, you are no longer my apprentice. You are Luke Triton, a full-fledged something who aids the people of this town however you can. Now, let us unravel the truth. Please leave this to me. Right? Let's go. I said I'd do it. Professor Layton, you do prefer tea. I get a little embarrassed when someone calls me by my first name. This town still needs you. It would seem this town has little time left. The 7th installment in the Professor Layton series. Professor Layton in the new world of Steam. Honestly, this game seems epic. It seems like y'all have been waiting for a good reason. Inventions enrich people's lives. But a true invention. What? A true invention? Come on, finish the line. Dude's first name was Egg Muffin. I would be embarrassed as well. And then they're going to go through the whole thing. So for those of you that want to see all the information, I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to do a share timestamp. And I'm going to do a shared timestamp for y'all. And you can go back and you can watch all of the stuff about Professor Layton if you want, since it seems like the whole rest of this direct is just about Professor Layton and the voice actors and the people who are a part of it. So if that's something you're interested in, go ahead and check that out. We're not going to go through that. That's it. So we didn't get a bunch of information about Fantasy Life like I was hoping, but well, we got something, mobile Fantasy Life. All right, let's quickly go through some of the announcements that were made at the Triple I Initiative. There was some pretty cool stuff. So we're going to mute this and we're going to quickly play some of the videos. So there's a lot of the theme for the Triple I Initiative was peak, aka co-op multiplayer games that are goofy and they're made for streamers to scream at each other and it was like a ton of like streamer friendly co-op games, because that's how games blow up nowadays. And like, I can't really blame them for that, but it was pretty heavy on the peak. Basically, peak just ruined everything. I'm just gonna say it. So anyways, we got a handful of games. So the big one here for a lot of people was the creators of Crosscode are doing Alabaster Dawn. And Alabaster Dawn looks really good. Yeah, we'll be talking about Graveyard Keeper shortly. We talked a little bit about it earlier. So this looks like a super sick RPG game that I'm actually very into. I love an active battle system. So this is something that I could see myself enjoying. It looks good. And check out Alabaster Dawn. And then we got a handful of games. A fantasy adventures brutal first-person combat called Alcahest. Some of it there was a couple games that kind of had some Skyrim energy, which was pretty cool. So we got Oxygen Not Included has a co-op game releasing where you can play Oxygen Not Included in an environment that's meant to be played with like other people. So if you're a fan of Oxygen Not Included, you could very well be interested in this game. It's probably going to have single player compatibility, I'm sure. Then we got Submarine Sim, Home and Harbor. We got Brotato with a dinosaur DLC. We got some game about climbing mountains or something, On the Trail DLC. We got a Castlevania that's being designed by the creators of Dead Cell, which is it's gonna be a good game. So we got a brand new Castlevania coming. We already knew about this, but we got to see a little bit more of it. We got some weird gambling game. We got this game that's like a horror. It's a dark farming thriller where players control a man who's been abducted and bound to a dying farm. So it's like a weird, dark, like fantasy farming sim, horror, something, thriller, whatever. Then we got a music rhythm game called Dead as Disco. It's like a rhythm fighting game. Don't Starve Elsewhere. This was the actual headliner of the whole show. That's right, a brand new Don't Starve game got announced. Not a DLC, not Hermione. We're talking a full brand new game just got announced. So Don't Starve fans aren't starving anymore with this brand new title announcement. You're going to be eating good. World premiere. Then we got the first update for a game called Everwind, which is like some Minecraft-esque whatever. Then we got Far Far West, which is some sort of Wild West first person. I don't know what's going on in this game. It's like robots, zombies, pirates, bears, oh my. Then some game called Final Sentence, this Squid Game-esque battle royale. So first off, Far Far West comes from the creators of Pumpkin Jack, and it's a co-op horde shooter. Cool. Next, this game. It's basically Mario Party. Okay, no, first, this is not the game I was thinking of. So first off, this game right here it's a typing simulator where you have to type against other players, and whoever makes a mistake gets shot and killed. So it's like a learning how to type game with the pressure of getting shot if you make a mistake on the typewriter. It's like Mario teaches typing, but if Mario had a gun pointed to your head. Pretty cool. Then we got some game called Frost something. I don't know what's going on here. Let's read about it. Frost Trail is described as a ruthless survival first-person shooter that can be played solo or co-op. Ruthless survival first-person shooter. Next up, Graveyard Keeper 2 gets announced. Graveyard Keeper 2, that's right. The sequel to Graveyard Keeper gets announced. And as you can see here, it's just more of the same. They did a great job. It's just more of the same. Here, I'll even make it a little bit bigger for y'all. It's like, oh, I can't. This website blows. All right, anyways, sorry about that. So it's just more of the same. Oh, is the website frozen on me now? Okay, I think the website now froze on me. Cool, great. Okay, now the whole thing froze. Did my whole computer freeze? Am I still even here? Okay, we're back. Thank you. So we got Graveyard Keeper 2, man. It looks like exactly what the number 2 implies, which is Graveyard Keeper, but more, right? It's the same foundation, but more of the same, more, built on top of the foundation, more gameplay, probably more features, which is what you want out of a sequel. You don't always want them to reinvent the wheel. So pretty cool stuff. And it's coming in 2026, and it does not say early access. So we can only hope that it's not going to be early access, because I just want the whole game. Oh yeah, we'll be checking this one out most likely. Then Long Gone. Long Gone is a story-driven adventure about surviving a zombie-ridden post-apocalyptic suburban neighborhood. You investigate ruined homes for useful items, solve puzzles, so on and so forth. So it's like a pixelated zombie survival game, which if you're going to get me to play a zombie game, a pixelated one is probably going to be the one I play. Then we have Lost Castle, which looks like some kind of, co-op multiplayer beat 'em up. I don't know what's going on here. It's a 2D roguelike beat 'em up that's leaving early access. So there you go. I was right about a beat 'em up. Then Lost Railway, which is a super cool 2D co-op horror where you up to 4 friends work together to survive a post-apocalyptic world aboard a train that must never stop. So just another multiplayer game aboard a train or something. Then here's Mario Party, but for sickos. Welcome to Mario Party, but for sickos. It's Mario Party, but where the mini games are your heads getting exploded and you trying to survive. And it actually looks good. Depending on how expensive this game is, I wouldn't mind to play this with y'all. It looks like Mario Party if the results are you getting blown up to shreds. Like Mario Party if your life was threatened. It doesn't actually look bad at all. And I'm pretty excited to maybe check this out. Then we got another look at Neverway, which is like a life sim horror game that's just trying to freak you out the whole time. Stuff like that. Then we got a game called Over the Hill, which you might have to be over the hill in order to enjoy it, because the game is just a big nothing burger trailer about a bunch of cars driving over terrain. So I'm not sure who the hell they're trying to sell this game to, but Over the Hill. So there we go. And then we got Prove You're Human, which looks like some kind of weird game where they're trying to collect data on how we fill out CAPTCHA prompts or something. I don't know what's happening in this game, but any video game that wants me to fill out CAPTCHA prompts really got the wrong idea. Nobody likes doing this. Stop. Why are you making me do this? Some kind of puzzle game. We don't know what's going on here. Anyways, then Necrodancer got a combination with Undertale. So if you're a fan of Crypto the Necrodancer, there's an Undertale pack coming out, which is pretty cool. Then Risk of Rain just got some sort of DLC. If you're a fan of Risk of Rain 2, some DLC for Risk of Rain got announced. Go look it up, called Hollowed Concepts. Then we got a game called Romestead, or I don't know, something about Rome, and it looks kind of cool. It's like action adventure survival town building game where players got to rebuild Rome and then fight zombies or something and mythological birds, I guess. I don't know. Then we had Shift at Midnight, which is a whole game. Now this game's pretty silly. So this game is like throughout the day you run a grocery store and you have to play like Papers, Please. All right. And you have to choose who's real and who's fake. And you have to kill them if they're a monster. So first half of the game is like Papers, Please, right? So then you go, and then at nighttime, depending on how many monsters you actually let through, the grocery store gets attacked by monsters. So it's like Papers, Please, but whoever you let through attacks you during the night cycle, and you have to try to survive against these massive, like, spider-like creatures that you let through. So it's like, it's actually pretty interesting conceptually. It's like Papers, Please, where you have to like make sure that these people are real, and if you fail to like murder the people that are fake, and I'm assuming you get punished for murdering people that are real, then at the end of the shift, you have to fight monsters and you have to try to survive based off of your ability to do the Papers, Please portion. This actually looks like a pretty interesting game if it wasn't for the fact that it has scary monsters in it, so I don't want to go anywhere near it. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's got like an interesting gameplay loop. Yeah, interesting enough. All right, then there's some kind of sledding game, and the whole game sold itself as like, hey bro, you ever thought about like just like sledding with your boys, dude? Well, like, here's like a mountain for you to log in and do that, bro. And like, you don't really have to do anything if you don't want. You can just kind of sled, dude, bro. And that's like the whole energy of the game. So I guess it's like SSX Tricky, but without like a story or anything, and you just go sledding down mountains with your buddies. And yeah, like it's literally just like a sledding simulator, which doesn't sound too bad, but it also kind of sounds like a lot of nothing. Maybe a good time with your friends if it's not too expensive. Then we got another look at Solar Punk, which is a farming sim that's like based in like the future, and you're gonna be like using technology to farm and stuff, and it has like decoration and stuff. Unfortunate that so many of these games are coming out that it's just not really appealing. Right, it's just too many of these games, too many farming games, too many crafting games, too many life sim games, and there's only so much time to play them, and half of them don't even look like they're going to be good. So you really do have to take a risk every once in a while and just like give it a try. This game looks like it could be good, and it gives me the same energy as the game with the big mech suits, just without the mech suits. I don't know, it could be good, but I'll tell you, for me personally, I'm sick of like games where they want me to decorate. Like, I'm just over decorating. If your whole selling point is like customization and housing, it's like, can you give me a farming sim where the house is just the house and I don't have to decorate like Stardew Valley? Because like I just like that. Like, just give me a farming sim where you just like live in a house and you just like play the game, like Grand Bazaar. Like, I don't need every single farming sim to have like decoration features. It's just getting a little old for me, I'm gonna be honest. Just give me games, just let me play farming sims that I don't need to craft and decorate. That would be nice to see more of that. Like Graveyard Keeper. I want to see more of that. I want to see less. Oh, speaking of, now we have a game called Spacecraft, which basically wants to be No Man's Sky, but that's not a bad thing. More competition in the space is always healthy, but this game really wants to be like No Man's Sky, basically. It's literally called Spacecraft, which I would argue is basically what you do in No Man's Sky, you spacecraft. But like not like a spacecraft, we're talking like you craft in space, which is basically No Man's Sky. So this looks like a game that maybe will freshen up the No Man's Sky space, because the truth is that No Man's Sky is a decade old. And I think there's a lot of people that have played it for a decade and that are maybe bored of the game, even though they're constantly updating. And maybe it's about time we got another game to compete with No Man's, you know, like a game that's a little bit more lighthearted on your computer, that's not elite dangerous, that's not, you know, these like over the top space simulation games, but instead something more casual like No Man's. No Man's Sky is a really casual space simulator that basically gives you the freedom to do whatever you want. You know, there's not a ton of space games out there like that. There's not. Most of them take themselves way too serious. Anybody notice that? Most of the space games out there take themselves way too serious, and they cause for like a divide where people don't want to wrap their head around like the science of living in space. Like some people just want to play a game where you float around space. And I think No Man's Sky really locked into that market. And I could see this game locking into that market too, depending on how well it does. You know, just a casual space sim that doesn't really require a ton of like effort in that sense. Then we got a game called Star Seeker, which looks like another friendly co-op adventure game where you run around with your buddies and you're like, oh, we're in space. And then we got Super Battle Golf, which was a 30-second trailer about basically golf with friends, but with like technology, like you could shoot each other. I don't know. Then you got Temtem dropping a world premiere trailer for an open world Pokemon game. So if you guys don't know, Temtem is apparently attempting to get a lawsuit from the Pokemon company because they've put out a game before that looked like old school Pokemon. Well, now they're taking the next step and they're going into a full-on open world PAL world experience for Temtem. It's the full thing. They're going the full direction. Like they're doing the whole thing. Like it's a full-on open world PAL world. Look. Your Pokemon are cutting down trees with you. They're building bases with you. So, PAL World has sparked all sorts of spin-offs, and Temtem said, hey, listen, we have a pretty established audience around this Pokemon feel. Why not? Here, this is what I could be doing. Well, it doesn't matter. Either way, they said we have this whole IP based around Pokemon, and now we're going to go in the next direction. It actually looks really good. It actually looks great. So if you're a fan of Temtem, you're feeling really good about this, I think, because this looks really good. Actually, it actually looks really good. It looks way less janky than PAL World did on release, I'll tell you that much, and without the weird guns and like enslaving humans and stuff like that. So this might be the perfect balance where instead of being the edgelord that PAL World wanted to be, right? PAL World was trying to be the edgelord in the room. This game is like, we don't need to be an edgelord to sell good games. Why don't we find the middle ground between edginess and cuteness? And that's this game. This game seems like it's finding the perfect middle ground between cuteness, right? But not turning it into like Edgelord City. And again, no offense to PAL World. PAL World's a great game. It's just Edgelord City, right? Like PAL World tried so hard to be the edgiest thing in the room. And while they succeeded, they also like just that. They were trying to be the edgiest thing in the room, so it's like whatever. So, and then we have this game called The Lift, which looks like a puzzle solving game. Is it windy outside? It might be windy. I might need to close some windows. Yeah, it looks like some kind of puzzle solving game called The Lift. It draws inspiration from Soviet science fiction, with players controlling a handyman renovating a giant research facility. This game actually looked really good. Never mind. This game looked really good because what this game is like Pokemon Pokopia. You show up in this world and you're just repairing everything. It's almost like got energy of like Power Wash Sim meets like that repair shop game. It's like you just show up and you're just repairing everything in this place and like reactivating everything and cleaning everything. Now, I don't know if there's going to be some kind of plot that happens, right? Because it says like supernatural events. I don't know if they're trying to be spooky or anything, but the idea behind like rebuilding a whole like research facility seems fun. Then we had Thick as Thieves, which we've already seen 8,000 times, and now we're seeing it 8,001. They really want us to enjoy this game. I'm just going to scroll past it. That's how annoying they are. Then we had another game called Too Deep to Quit, which is like a Muppet-based Peak game. Basically, it's Peak if they were Muppets and you were Indiana Jones. There it is. It's Peak, but with Muppets and Indiana Jones. Cool. Then we had Valor Mortis, which is exactly what it looks like. Zombies, you know, but kind of like some Skyrim vibes, which is pretty cool. Could be a super cool, like a take on like the Skyrim genre. Also, sorry, this isn't centered. That's my bad. Then Warhammer Survivors, basically the developers of Vampire Survivors, I think, are doing Warhammer Survivors. And at one point they show like a whole ass tank on the field, which is like real stupid. It just looks like some stupid fun. And then we got We Were Here Tomorrow, which it looks like another co-op adventure with your buddies. The next entry in a co-op puzzle solving series that has a demo you can play. Then there's A Wind Rose, which is would-be pirates can sail the high seas. So it's like a pirate simulation game, which, to be fair, looks actually pretty good. It looks like maybe the next Sea of Thieves, a more realistic Sea of Thieves, which actually is pretty cool. You can play by yourself or co-op, gather resources, build bases. And you want to know what sold me on this game the most? Let me show you the end. Look at Pirates Cove. So they're almost selling this game like you can design, and it's a crafting game. So you can like create like Pirates Cove and like, so it's got some like designing and crafting and building vibes. I don't think there's much of that in Sea of Thieves. And that's it. There you guys go. That's the quick run through of everything announced yesterday that we missed while I was off stream. And here's a link again if y'all want to go check it out yourselves. Yeah, Windrose looks cool. All right, there you guys go. Just got done going through the level 5 update. Yeah, we were talking about that first. Yeah, so Graveyard Keeper 2 and Don't Starve and the Castlevania game are the 3 big titles, in my opinion. Those are the 3 that are really killing it. Those are the 3 that really brought home the sauce for that event, I think. And then there was a couple other small, like, worthy mentions. The Dark Mario Party game looks good, yeah. Yeah, the Dark Mario Party game looks pretty good, actually. All right, so down here, I want to have a set of benches, I believe. Something like this. And then I would like to maybe do a street light in all of the corners, I think was what we're going to do. It doesn't have to be in all of the corners, but I think that's what I would like to do. I think maybe... And then we'll decide if they're going to stay here. I was digging the retro tunes with the Pokemon Pokopia play. You like my retro jams, my retro wave music? I might check out Temtem. Yeah, I didn't play Temtem originally, but the original version of Temtem is like an old school Pokemon game. It looks really good, actually. It's basically like an old school Pokemon style game. Yeah, it's pretty neat. And then this new one, this like open world one, it seems like they're bringing something pretty interesting to the table. I can't quite tell, but all right, let's put these down, and then maybe we'll put another one like right here, and then we'll have a couple in the middle. Yeah, I'm not really into playing. I'll be real, personally, I don't really need more than one type of game per genre in my life. Like, not really. So, for me, I don't really feel the need to check out Temtem. Hades 2 is coming next week and possibly coming to the Switch 2. Wait, Hades 2 has already been on the Switch 2. I almost bought the physical copy of it not too long ago. Yeah, wait, what do you mean? Yeah, I saw the physical copy at the store. Like, Hades 2's been out for a while. Are we talking maybe... Has Hades 2 still been in early access? Is that maybe a thing that I didn't realize? Is it still been in early access? Was it Switch 1? No, it was a Switch 2 copy for sure. Yeah, it had the Switch 2 box and everything. I thought it was out too. Yeah, early access. It might be leaving early access is what Law Boys is saying. That's cool. Usually when a game leaves early access, there's like more content. Maybe... I wonder if I want to use these modern doors. I was thinking about using different doors for this, but then I can't remember what door I wanted to use. Let me go check the crafting table. It's leaving early access on the 14th. Nice. That means I can finally play... Hades. I've been kind of waiting for the game to just be done. I got close to getting up my first win, and I've just been kind of waiting for the game to be officially done. This is the door I want. I want the simple door painted green. All right, that's the door we're going to use. I'd hate to get the game and then not like it. Yeah, Hades is an easy game to recommend, but if you don't know what you're getting into, or if it's not your style game, you might just not like it. Waiting for new info about Pal Worlds? What kind of info might you be looking for from Pal Worlds? What kind of info might you be looking for?
Happy Friday, yay yay, H day wave, H to scat jam, H day clap, H to shoot.
Hey, Dragon Martinez with the 30. What's up, dude? Dragon Martinez with the 30. Thank you, man. Oh, is Pal World also still in early access? Hades 2 was early access only on Switch 2. I swear it went to 1.0 last September. That's what I thought. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know the lore right now. I think I want to use maybe some regular hedges here. Yeah, this could be nice. Look at that. Would you want to sit next to a hedge like this? Or do you think it would be too itchy? Would you be afraid of spiders? They've hinted that Pal World 1.0 is going to be massive. All right, so what do you think they're going to do? I imagine they've been keeping notes on what Pokemon's been doing, and they'll probably try to do some... Yeah, I didn't realize it wasn't on Xbox or PlayStation. What up, Flip Toast? Definitely afraid of spiders crawling out, but it's lovely. They're supposed to be unlocking a huge tree in 1.0. All right, maybe something like this over here. I'm kind of digging this a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. And then I have to decide how I want to maybe soften up this ledge. I'd like to soften this ledge up, and the best way to soften up this ledge would be like hedges. So maybe we're actually going to end up using hedges to soften up this ledge here. Any other ideas on how to soften this ledge up? I could use just like regular bushes too. Right. Some regular bushes as well. Yeah, these bushes also work. Powered up leafage would put vines on the exposed rock. True, the vines are a good play. How do you get square bushes? Oh no, I accidentally turned them into seeds. Oopsies. Yeah, I originally got my first square hedges from stealing them. I don't even think I have the recipe yet. Yeah, I straight stole them. I've been stealing those hedges. And then you can copy them. You know, you can use the copier for everything. The wooden siding. Ooh. What a good thought. I could use these. That works so well. Oh, I love it. I love it. All right, we need to go craft some more wooden siding then. That's going to be super clutch. That's going to be super clutch, dude. That's so nice. Can you use leafage for vines on the siding? Maybe? Do I have powered up leafage right now? Probably not. Now, I might be able to bring vines and put them here, though. All right. Bum, bum, bum. Because that's the beauty of this game. Dang it. I accidentally grabbed the whole piece of grass. The hanging ivy for decor, yeah. All right, let's just go grab this over here real quick. There's a funky trick where you use these sidings beside each other to create an intangible wall. I'm not sure. I've never heard of that. Nah, it doesn't look like you can do that. I want the recipe for the hedges so bad. All right, we need to bring some lighter yellow grass because we're gonna do some pathing with the lighter yellow grass here. So for sure, and then I need to create a couple holes. So we're gonna have one water hole down here. I think we're gonna do it right here. So let's get our fist going. Just depends on how big do I want this to be. This seems pretty good. And I wonder, do I want this to be up against the fence? Maybe I kind of do. Even just being able to buy the seeds, you might be able to eventually, right? You might be able to buy stuff from like the trading NPCs, or it might, the hedges might show up at your, I knew that was going to happen. Graveler's too intense sometimes. I knew that was going to happen. I just got to use my fist. It's been a while since I played this game, so remember, I took a whole week off, so I'm still trying to remember how everything works again. My fingers aren't doing what they need to do. Yeah, Graveler's way intense. He's not the guy for the precision job, which is okay. We love him either way, but he's not the guy for the precision job. Grabbing your Joy-Cons is the best thing for the precision job. By far, but you can get pretty precise with the fist if you know what you're doing. Okay. What up, Flodarian? How you doing today, dude? Welcome to the show. We just covered some of the stuff from the Triple I event that we missed yesterday. And then we also talked a little bit about some of the other announcements. We're starting to cook for summer, man. Spring, early summer gaming events. It's starting to get spicy around here. We'll have to see what Nintendo's going to do this year for summer. It seems like Star Fox is like the big summer game, but it doesn't mean we might not get some announcements for later this year, which would be pretty cool. I'd love to get some announcements for later this year. Do. Just want this to be regular dirt, I think. Called in sick today. No direct news. Right now, the leakers of the bunch, you know them well, they're finally back to kick some tail. Those leakers, they have said that we don't get a direct until summer. We don't get a direct till June, is what the experts are saying now. Can you believe that? To have the goal to say that to us? June? So buckle up, because we might be another 2 months out of any kind of direct. We might be, that would mean that we haven't had a direct since when, chat room? When was the last official Nintendo Direct? When was the last official Nintendo Direct? It would have been last year. Like September or something? Right? Like, isn't that kind of nuts? That's kind of nuts to me. I swear it would have been like September, probably. September 12th? Yeah. I mean, we're pushing 9 months since we had a direct if it comes in June, basically. Basically 9 months. All they've given us is an indie world and a partner showcase. Like, you sons of... Yeah, we had the Pokemon Day stuff, right. Right, we've had Pokemon Day, correct. But it's not quite the same. And on the first full year of a new console, no less. Yeah, that's the thing that's weird. It's like, wait, what's going on here? Why are you guys being so quiet? All right, we have a pool there. Then we're gonna have a little batch of grass over here and maybe another bench. And then I want to have a couple more pools around here. And I think I'm gonna need to have my fence here. I'd like to have another pool, maybe like starting right here. All right, and this is the one that will connect with like a little bridge. Yeah, this one will be cute. Freaking Nintendo. Whatever they're doing, they're being very, very quiet. They're being very, very sneaky, aren't they? They're being very, very sneaky. What's up, Shadow Maiden? Hey. Are they hunting wabbits? I think they might be. I just don't know in this metaphor who's the rabbits. I don't know. They might be hunting rabbits, but I don't know in this metaphor who the rabbits are. But that's what it feels like. It feels like they could be hunting some wabbits. All right, and then this will connect to like another water patch. Seems pretty long. All right, it doesn't have to be all the way this way. Oh, stop it. Probably a hot take, but I don't really need a direct. Oh my gosh, that take is steaming. That take is smoldering. What do you mean you don't need a direct? You're the reason why we're not getting one. That attitude is why we're not getting a direct. Unbelievable. What a selfish thought to have. You don't need a direct. You are okay without one. What about us? What about me? Am I just chopped liver? Oh, you don't need one? What about this guy? Probably a hot take, but I don't really need a direct. They can announce stuff via the app and social media, and I'd be happy. Yeah, it is more just about announcements than directs. The truth is like, I like directs as a streamer, but I couldn't agree more with that statement. Like, it's not really about the direct. It's about game announcements. You're right. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if they do a direct. For me, it's about announcements of games. And the direct is the way that they usually choose to deliver those announcements. So that's really the only reason I'm even like looking for a direct. But if they want to just go ahead and pop off on social media, that's fine. Like, go ahead, pop off. You know, like that's, I will accept a social media pop off. Like, I will accept that as, that is an acceptable way for them to tell me about some cool stuff. Are you getting rid of all the grass? No, I'm currently cutting. I'm currently cutting in some pools into this area. So I can show you a quick picture of what I'm actually doing here, but this is my reference, and then I'm just doing my own thing after the reference. But I'm actually technically creating these pools right here. Right? So I'm going to have one that's connected to a second that's also going to be connected to a third. So I'm cutting into the ground right now in order to create those pools, and I'm just trying to lay the foundation of where these pools are going to lie and where I'm going to have maybe like a bridge of water and like how much space I'm going to have between them. So yeah, I'm not getting rid of all the grass by any means, actually. Mostly just a foundational thing right now. Right, and then this pool right here will go about to there. And we're actually going to close this off. And that's going to just be all one. This will be all one little pool here. Do, 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 do. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and connect a third little pool over here. And I want this one to maybe go, maybe another staircase down, actually. Maybe we do like, we have that one. And we have a big one there. And I'm going to have a thin one over here. This one's going to be like thin. And I actually don't think I will connect them now that I think about it. I was gonna, but I don't think I'm going to connect them. So I'm going to have some space and a land, and we could create like a path between them. And then this one over here, I'm going to make a little thinner. I might connect them in the end. We'll see. But for right now, I think this is what I'd like to do. Let's do one more layer of thinness. And then let's bust open this side. I want this to go further down this way. Even more. We got a lot of space to work with. We don't need to be light about this. We got a lot of space to work with. All right, and then I'll probably end up adding like one more pool of water somewhere else. I'm thinking on the far right side over there. We'll see. But we have one down here. Then we're going to have the 3 back here. And we might end up adding another one somewhere else. Maybe even like right here. Just like a nice little cute spot right here or something. We can figure that out as we go. I'm just trying to get the foundation here. I actually want this to be a little lower. Do, do, do. All right. Yeah, because I don't want these to be symmetrical. Oh, I knew that was about to happen. It's all about the camera pan. Yeah, I don't want these to be symmetrical. I'm trying to do some symmetry, but mostly because like this is a park that is curated. So some symmetry here is not going to be the worst. Let's drag this down one more. Looks like we're doing 2 more. Yo, what's up? What's up, Sith Angel? How you living today? I quit my job, but they just scheduled me for Sunday. I don't think they get it. It sounds like they're not quite getting it. Maybe they just said to themselves, if we schedule her, maybe she'll just show up. Maybe they said to themselves, well, if we just schedule her, do you think that maybe she'll just show up? Like, let's just give it a try. It was somebody's bright idea, I'm sure. That's a big heckin' no. Yeah. It was someone's bright idea, I'm sure. The reverse Kramer. Dude, I love that. That's such a good reference. That's a big heckin' no. All right, so that'll be cute. And then we'll have that whole area back there to kind of like make nice. And we can even maybe pull this down one more if we need to later. Then we'll have a path going through here, and we'll have a nice little corner over here with some benches and some flowers maybe. And then these little pools are going to be full of water, and we're going to house Pokemon in them. Water Pokemon specifically. Meanwhile, over here, we will be having just some fences, some bushes, stuff like that. I think putting like hedges in front of this building is probably going to look nice. And we could cover up the front of this building with hedges. I think that actually might look good. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, because this is all going to actually be fence. I haven't done it yet, but we need to fix this wall. This wall... This is all going to be fence here once we get there. All right, cool, because I'm running the fence flush with the building. So that'll all be fence there, and then there'll be fence on this side as well. So I think that maybe the hedges up front could be cute. I'm not sure if I'm going to stick with that. I might just use some kind of building trim. Some trim at the bottom of the building might actually be nicer. But like, that's not bad looking. Yeah, that looks pretty good actually. So yeah, that'll be cool. All right, let's go take a breather and let's run over to... Let's take a breather and let's run over to the castle town. Let's grab some other colored grass so we can start creating some paths, and let's check if a Pokemon spawned in. Do you think we'll get Super Mario Maker 3? I think that we for sure are getting Mario Maker 3. I think for sure Mario Maker 3 is gonna happen. Yeah, I feel like that franchise sells way too well for Nintendo to just move away from it, you know? Now, 3D is a really good question. I don't know. I don't think they do 3D Mario Maker. I think it stays 2D. I don't think they ever do 3D. I don't know. I just think that's not a Nintendo thing to do. I don't know why I feel that way. I just do. No new Pokemon spawning in. Come on, new Pokemon, spawn in. We are waiting for you. Has anyone ever picked up a DIY from a treasure island, and when you return home, there's some that just disappear? Dude, that's not... Oh dear, look at the... Oh dear, look at this. Oh, okay, I thought that was a Pokemon spawning in. They jebaited me. What did I come back here for? Grass. Alright, I need to decide which grass is going to be better. I think this yellow grass is what I want. And I don't have a lot of it, so we're going to have to... We're gonna have to figure that out. And then what else did I need? I need to craft more of these wooden siding. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna stick to 2D. So then if the question after that is, well, how could they invent on it further? that is a good question, right? Like they're not going to put out a game unless they have an idea to make it better. But with a game like Mario Maker, in my brain, that seems like something very easy for them. That seems to me like something very easy for them to figure out. Personally, that feels like a very easy thing to fix. Right? Like solving the problem of like making Mario Maker more interesting. Like those types of games, I feel like they have unlimited possibilities. That's why I'm saying that. I just feel like there's unlimited possibilities on what you could do for a Mario Maker game. So how are people building bridges in this game? You would have to use like walkways and bridge planks, right? I wonder, are there any other good options for bridge making in this game? I wonder. You restarted today? Nice. I like that. What's up, Galaxy? Looking fabulous. Oh, thank you. Trying to make me blush. Yeah, they could add Mario Wonder and just call it a day. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, in theory, they could just add Mario Wonder stuff and just call it an effing day, right? I've seen some pretty extravagant bridges. Yeah, I'm curious what everyone's using for bridges. It's good to see you, Dr. Roxo. Weirdly, this room makes me anxious in the way it'll cave in. Aw. Hopefully no cave-ins happen anytime soon. All right. Oh, we could even maybe use like the wooden fencing to make the bridge make more sense. I don't know. Let's just grab a couple of them, even though I don't need to craft them. Super Mario Bros. 2 US stuff needs to be fully added as well. Right. So I think this conversation makes me feel pretty confident in they probably just keep it 2D, right? Like they probably just keep it 2D. That feels like the play. Dang, I'm almost out of bricks. We need to get some more bricks made. You're also struggling with some bridges. All right, and then I needed to craft a couple other pieces as well. So I should probably figure out electricity before I get too deep, but I'm just gonna be the dude who's stubborn, who ends up having to dig the ground up to do electricity later. So mark my words, if you catch me complaining about it later, just know that you can call me out and say, Hylian, you knew better, Hylian, you knew better. And then I'll repeat with some kind of nonsense like, but, and then you can proceed to be like, no buts, Hylian, you knew what you were doing. And I'll be like, but. All right, let me grab this slide. I don't think I need planters right now, even though these could be cute. Bum, 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 bum. No buts, Hylian. No buts. All right, so I don't have a recipe for what I'm looking for, but yo, Raiders, what's up? Bum, 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 bum. All right, we're gonna have to craft more arched barriers for sure. So we might as well just craft a couple more of those right now. I'm running out of iron ore. What's up, Renrare? How you doing today, dude? All right, and then what else did I need? There was something else I needed. Hold on, my brain's farting. Brain fart, over. Over and out, brain fart, over and out. We'll fill the water and stuff later. We'll figure out what's gonna be the base under the ponds, probably just ordinary dirt. There was something I needed that I don't have a recipe for, but I'm just trying to figure out what did I want to grab. Let me go check my storages. Should do some self-care today. Yeah, dude, get it done. All right. We also have some kits that we can test out and see how they look. So we'll do that. I don't need tables. Oh, you know what? I might use the mysterious statues and the pedestals in my build because I don't know if I have a good option for like a pillar. Oh, you know, we'll get to that later. That's like fine detail stuff. We're not quite at fine details. I have the paint I need. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna leave here, and then as soon as I get to the other area, my brain's gonna go, oh, this is exactly what you were looking for. Now you remembered, but you're gone. Oh. As soon as I get there, it's gonna be like, oh, I know what you needed. Grab some barren dirt. We might need it. All right, let's get out of here. So that my brain can remember exactly what I needed. Check out the Magikarp bridge on YouTube. The Magikarp bridge sounds crazy. The bridge that I'm doing right now is going to be small, so I don't need to go too hard. But I can already get visions in my brain of it. It's probably using some of those fancy Magikarp pieces of build of bricks. Oh, we forgot to go to the Bleak Beach to do some painting. So we can do that after. Let's just go ahead and do our thing here for now. I definitely think we're going to want some nice boulders in this park. Some boulder dashes. I brought some awesome corner pieces to work with. Do 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 do. Some nice corner pieces here. Well, that's not what I wanted. I love how the floating islands are canon in this. I had a funny idea. I could just create space for it. Do-do-do. All right, and then let's get these over here. The little details in the corner pieces, I love them so much. Aren't they nice? They're absolutely top tier. I made a platform of mysterious blocks floating in my pallet town for the ice temple. That is epic. I'm mega jealous I didn't think of that myself. The floating ice temple. Down, down. All right. Cool. And then we might actually be going deeper here. Like, I actually might be going a block deeper to put the water. I might not be putting the water here. I might put the water even deeper. I probably don't have to do that, so I'm not sure yet, but we'll find out once we get some water in here and see what it looks like. I've been using the mysterious blocks for the floor of all my water features. Ooh, I was gonna just do regular dirt down here, but that's a pretty fun idea. Mystical stones. Go, 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 go. Ninja, ninja. Yeah, I was just gonna do regular old dirt, but that could be really fun.
Happy Friday.
Yo, happy Friday. Gingy Ginger coming in. What up, baby? What up, Gingy? With the tier 3 for 81 months. And then just for consistency's sake, I will go ahead and switch out this soil. I just want it to all be the same type. All right, cool. Couple more fences to put down here. You have the day off, you're just chilling. Dude, you don't have to come in here and lie to us. Like, we know that Gingy Ginger never takes days off ever. And, you know, while we do get worried about your health sometimes, we know that you can take care of yourself, dude. So just be real with us. You're probably just wrapping up a 12-hour shift, huh? Good to see you here, dude. No reason to lie to us, man. Oh, you want to use the corner piece here. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. I didn't think about it. Do I want to do a reverse corner piece? Can you even do that? You can't even do that. What the frick? Ah, my brain. All right. So I have to just deal with this corner? I have to just deal with looking at this for the rest of my life? Ugh. Is there a corner piece? Yeah, but the corner piece doesn't work that way. It sucks. Ruined. The solution is lava. Yeah, for some reason the corner piece doesn't work to be placed like that. It's weird. It might. Hold on, let me try again. It might. It might have something to do with magnemite. Hold on. Sometimes actually... Yeah, like... You see, like, it's going in the block. It's like this block isn't designed to be on the outside like that. We need a single block. We need a single wooden siding piece. Yeah, we need a single strip of wood. Could you use one of the wooden enclosure posts? That's a good idea. I don't know if I have one on me. Don't they? I think they go into threes though. Don't they go down in threes? Hold on, you might be talking about something else. Hold on, let me... Yeah, like the wooden post, I think these go down in threes. You can't put them down singly. This, you're talking about this. You're talking about this. Yes, dude. Holy, what a brain blast. All right, we'll try it in just a second. I need to find some lumber. All right, there's a cheat code to finding lumber in a pinch. You guys want to know what it is? The cheat code to finding lumber is using... See, 1 piece of lumber, 2 piece of lumber. It has to be like broken down blocks though. It can't be like fully healthy blocks. Yeah, so if you're ever in a pinch and you need some lumber, if you haven't already gotten rid of all your destroyed stuff. All right, here we go. Let's try. Oh, no. The ugh, the Charlie Brown level of ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Unfortunately, the corner pieces are not fly. See, I'd have to like... Like, there's no way to do it up against a brick, right? Because, like, in theory, this would work if I wasn't trying to put it up against a brick like that. Even though it has to be, right? Like, it's because it has to be up against a brick, and it's just not designed. It doesn't seem like it's designed to be on the inside. It wants to be on the outside. Right, so like the solution here would be like this. But then you're still dealing with that space. You can't avoid that. Like, you can't avoid that. And then if I were to like flip it and reverse it, Missy Elliott, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just not the best design, and it's okay. It happens. Dude, I've been playing a lot of these games my whole life, you know, as a streamer specifically. We know all about the woes of stuff not lining up perfectly in Animal Crossing. You know what I mean? Like, we all know about this. It's okay. It's not that big of a deal. We know all about this life. Yeah, there's always something. Yeah, like, it's okay. It's really not that big of a deal. For sure. I meant, yeah, like, it's okay. We'll live. Yeah, what up, Shapeshifter? It's like the staircase conundrum in AC and H, right? If it's not one thing, it's another. Yeah, like, these games are never perfect. I guess the closest game that's ever came to being perfect when it comes to designing stuff is probably The Sims, huh? I'm sure The Sims is like the closest to perfect we'll ever get. Sorry, this ain't The Sims. Yeah, like, I'm sure that's like the closest to perfect. No one will notice anyways, but you will. Exactly, I will. That is so hard to do well. Yo, what up, Shapeshifter? Good to see you, dude. I hope you're feeling good, man. The balloon right now, that balloon's getting popped. That's right. I haven't loaded Sims in weeks because the updates have broken my CC. Yeah, I've been trying to fix the game and it's broken as heck. I tried really hard to fix it again and it's busted as heck. I have a solution though. The chat helped me with the solution. I just need to try to implement it. But Sims is always busted. Apparently Sims is just notoriously the most busted game all the time. And I had no clue. So there is a solution. I basically just need to pirate the game. There's like a way around the mistake. I basically just need to pirate the game and like crack it and I can play it again. Look at all this space for activities. It's spaghetti code in the finest. Try a dark block behind it. Oh, that's smart. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, a dark block behind it will hide that corner. Yeah, you're thinking correctly, Treno. That's what we'll probably do to solve it. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm taking some of this lighter grass. All right, and we're gonna create some paths, and it's gonna be sick, right? So like, watch this. So we're gonna create some 2x2 paths here. Right, and this is how we're gonna create paths within the grass. This is how we're gonna create paths within the grass. This is the strategy I've come up with. And it's gonna be sick. So you can have like multiple different types of grass. And then you could create paths within them with other styles of grass. Yeah, exactly, Anzi Twitch, right? So I'm real excited because once I thought of this, I felt like a genius. I thought of this on my own, to be clear, and like, I just thought I was a genius. Genius, genius, genius! You know, I'm getting a little full of myself. My head's getting a little big, but... I'm gonna steal this. You should. Yeah, please do. All right. So we'll have a path that goes around, and then we'll put some fun stuff in the middle, like some flowers and stuff. Be cute. Some bushes. Yeah, you're allowed to steal it as long as you tell everyone on the internet that you got the idea from a guy that you can watch on twitch.tv/highlyindecent. And you can also hook them up with your Twitch Prime subscription that you get when you attach your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account, and you can get 1 free subscription a month. As long as you tell them all that every time you show off your designs, like, you can do whatever you want. Streamer made a cute gingham pattern with grass. Oh, I like that. Yeah, you know, as long as you tell them all that, like, it's cool. Like, tell them whatever you want, you know? You could use whatever strategies you see here. I got you. All right. We're actually gonna have some fun here. We're gonna cut this down a little bit, actually. I don't want it to be such a straight shape, so I'm gonna do something like this.
I saw a grass pattern on the internet and was told I had to use my Prime here to use it in game smiley face.
Yes, dude, true. That's very true. Thank you for being an honest soul. All right, we'll fix it. I know it looks off. We'll fix it. We have to move this stuff over. Can I move a bush? What? We can't move bushes? All right, worst game. Perfect. Now I could put something between the benches, actually, and that could be kind of cute. We have to. If we want this to be symmetrical, I actually have to do that. Interesting. Okay, so we want to put something between... We want to put something between these. I don't think I'm going to do the hedges. I think we're going to do 3 adorable bushes. We're going to put 3 adorable bushes here for now. Oh, I love the idea of like a bookcase or something. Yeah, it's cute. Mini bookcase. 3 adorable bushes. That'll be good. It's planted in the ground. What? Come on, I'm a Machop. I'm supposed to be the strongest. Chat said, "What are you doing, dude? It's planted in the ground." All right, and then do I want to try a different type of bushes here? I'd love it if there were hedges that don't have flowers on them. Those don't exist in this game, do they? Only the squared ones. They do. They do. Oh, you're right. I could just steal the maybe ones that haven't flowered yet from like a dream island. Only the square ones. Okay, no, it is the square ones. All right. All right, before we put this down, let's take a quick breather and see what some of these park kits look like. You guys ready? Have you seen what happens if you camouflage yourself as the Chansey hedge? No. Good to see you back, Dazza. There's a chance to have a Ditto face on it? Oh. What's considered spicy food again? Crouton salad. Make some bread and then put that bread into a salad. That's the best spicy food out there. All right, let's show something off really quick. Yeah, for some reason, crouton salad is the best. All right, so take a look at this. Let's see what this looks like. Whoa. It's the pre-built fountain kit. That's a little gaudy for what I'm trying to do here. I don't want that. What up, Doom? Yeah, or just a carrot works as well, or spicy carrot bread. All right, let's see what the Chansey one looks like. Whoa, it's like a little... Dude, it's cute. I want it in the ground, though. I would want to dig out a hole and put it in the ground. It's honestly adorable with a little fence and everything. It's cute as heck. You got 100% in Bonanza after 125 hours. You're dedicated, but more dedicated than I was. Start digging. Okay, so then there's the Pikachu fountain. We might actually fit the Pikachu fountain in to this park, but the other two are a little too much for what I'm trying to do, which is fine. I just wanted to see what they look like. It was the first time I'd ever seen those. Also, I got some spider webs. Well, I don't want to be a bush. I got some spider webs to decorate with over here finally. So we can decorate with some spider webs. We can put it in the water? Oh, that's so sick. No way. Dude, that's amazing. You could put them in the water? Dude, yes. So the home of my spiders is going to be even cooler. Look. The home of my spiders is going to be even cooler. I'm putting... I stole some spider webs from a place, and I realized I could put them down as designs. You have to admit that this is pretty cool. Now, because I have so many spots filled here, it's going to be hard to find a spot to put the web that makes sense here. But the fact that I found the water spots is cool. I could also put them like right here. This is honestly even cooler than the water spot. I'm going to steal this bag. Yeah, that's way cooler. Oh, we were drowning. Isn't that cool? I love the little details. I love that you can decorate with the spider webs. Like, it reminds me of Animal Crossing and the spider webs you get from the bug catching contest, actually. Those are going in my graveyard. Yeah, isn't this so cool? I could like pick up the grass back here, and I could put one back here if I wanted. I could just like, they're a little bit big, so I don't want to use them too much. I think that's it for now. But it's pretty cool. It adds like a little extra touch here. Yeah, you get Litwick from a grave, yeah. This game needs more creepy furniture. Dude, ask Random Reject. He's been doing a creepy build. Maybe he has some insight on the best creepy stuff to use. He's been doing a like post-apocalyptic rundown grody build. Yeah, maybe he has some good answers. I've been using like the grubby stuff, the grubby newspaper and stuff. Kind of fits that post-apocalyptic vibe a little bit. The grubster stuff. Can't wait for this little guy. I only found out recently we can fly. Yeah, the flying is nice, but while Magnemite's trade-off is that he's slower, he really does have like the best. Like he's the best character to like move around with. All right, I don't know if I want to do 3. 3 feels kind of excessive. We could probably get away with just doing a tour over here. Yeah, I think we want to do a tour. All right, I'm already out of grass though. I guess it's a little annoying that it doesn't line up with the other side, but I don't really want it to. I guess if I really cared, I could pull it in one. Let's try that. Let's try that real quick. Oh, I'm out of PP. Oh, gosh darn. All right, and then bring it in. Now, this actually might be really cool because this might help me not have such a big space to have to decorate here. And I could just kind of make this space a little bit smaller. So I actually don't mind this at all. And then this I can push up one. Do 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 do. Saw a design video that put water on the ground, place a water plant, then suck up the water and the plant stays. That is genius. You can put water plants down and then remove the water. That's so genius. That's super smart, actually. I love that. I love that you can replace. Oh my lord. This might be my favorite feature in the game. You did that on accident? Yeah, this is nice. This is nice and clean. So then now I don't feel bad about this path being its own thing here. And this path has to go all the way over here. Now we need to go farm up some seashore grass. Which means we need to go to a dream island tomorrow from Pikachu, right? Pikachu, I think, is what we want. All right, then we're going to put some decorations here. I haven't decided what I want to put in here, but I want to turn this into just a little nature scene, right? We'll be doing like just little nature scenes all over. Now, I didn't want to put the same freaking hedges everywhere because I'll start to feel fatigue, but for now, let's go ahead and just use these hedges. What up, Celestial Nightcat? A trick to make double doors? I think I have seen something like that. I don't want to hedge this whole thing. Maybe every other, actually. Yeah, this feels a lot better. I want it to be pretty open. But it does make sense to kind of have... It does make sense to have... I'll grab this. It does make sense to have a good amount of hedges here, but I just don't need so many. Like, that could be a cool little design. It's hard to see now because we don't... You know, this stuff's not growing, but... And then we could just do, like, wildflowers in between the bushes. I wouldn't mind letting some grass show. Because I think that showing off grass is what makes it feel more purposeful. So I think showing the grass off in the middle is going to be the play. Oh. Yeah, I think showing off the grass down the middle will make it feel like very botanical garden-y. Like very like purposeful. Just leaving some blank grass in the middle. And then I do have some like really cute like types of like light shrubbery I could put on top of this, right? So to give you guys an example, because I'm sure there's some up here somewhere. Not only can you use regular grass, what I can do is I can take this stuff. This is some of my favorite stuff to decorate with. They call them shoots. So if you don't want a full patch of grass, if you feel like that's a little too much, what you can do is you can put these little shoots down. Like, look at that. And this is a way to like kind of make it feel like there's a little bit more somewhere, but like at the same time, like there's not too much going on. Yeah, you can do the ferns as well. So that's nice. Now that I think about it though, I think having regular grass in the middle here will be just fine. And then we could use it as a habitat. And we can have a Pokemon live here. All right, so this little area, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to fully see what it looks like and what we want to do with it. I'm out of yellow grass to do pathing, so I have to chill out on that. All right, then we have more of these. We're going to be putting these little poles everywhere. These poles are like the most Fuchsia City thing ever. We are putting a building over in this corner. And we'll have another one of these little poles next to the building. So I'll just put that there for now. Yeah, these little signposts are so Fuchsia City. So we're going to be using these little signposts and like sort of doing our best to utilize them. Dude, I love the digging down strategy. We also got our informative. Did we not bring the informative sign? We did not bring the informative sign. Why did I not bring that? That's all right. We'll grab it later. But that's supposed to go right here. And then I need to paint some bricks to finish the brick layout. All right, things are coming together. We're going to have to move the Pokemart so we can replace the bricks under it. Yeah, things are starting to come together here. We got a lot of open space still, but you can see things are starting to take shape. Things are starting to take shape around here. What will I do? Wait, what's going on? Are you okay, buddy? You not happy with your house, man? What's up? Coughing? I need you to do something for me, Ditto. Can you help me out? Sure. You know what would make me happy? A new house. Yeah, that'd make me happy. What? But I built you a whole ass pad, dude. What? What do you want? What? What'd you need again? You know what would make me happy? A whole new home. Dude, what? What kind of request is this? Oh, he wants any build. He doesn't want a new home for himself. Oh, he just wants me to build a house somewhere. He's just asking me to build a house. Makuhita did this request before as well. In this market though? Makuhita also asked me of this. Yeah, he's not necessarily being mega rude. Yeah, I'm about to say, I built him the perfect home and he's being a snot nose. Like, I built you the perfect home, you absolute scumbag. Oh, we forgot to cook. We got to go make some food. All right, let's go back. Let's go back real quick. See if a Pokemon spawned in and go make some food in game to get our final challenge done. And then we got to check our Dream Island, or our Cloud Island rather. Not good enough. A new house would make me happy too. I love how needy he is, freaking coughing. Coughing doesn't even know what he's talking about. Oh, we need a new house, dude. Like, coughing, homie, you float through the air and you eat garbage for a living. What? In this economy? Like, you don't even know what how do you even know what a house is, buddy? All right, no new Pokemon spawned in. Just imagine your Pokemon walks up to you and he's like, you know, I think we could use a new condo. What do you think? Oh, you trying to get a new condo going, dude? What's the vibrant hamburger steak again? How do you make the vibrant hamburger steak? I need a water poke. Wait, how do you make the vibrant hamburger steak again? I don't remember the recipe. Was it beans, potatoes, and a third ingredient? You need a whole ass salad. Yeah. You have to put a whole salad in there. That's how you do it. Massive salad. That's what I just ate for lunch. A whole ass salad, huh? All right, sick. Oh, Ditto, look at this. No, I don't want to look at you unless you're spawning Pokemon in. Let's go. We're down to the last ones, and we got 2 new habitats today, and one of them spawned a Pokemon, but the other one is making us wait. Another one from the DDR pad. Let's go, dude. I even got a Snorlax buff going. They're just being boobs because they know it. I'm down to the last ones. They know it, dude. All right, let's go get some. Do we still have paint on us? Let's go get this paint done. And then we got to go check our Cloud Island. But let's go get our paint done before I forget, because I'm going to eventually put the paint away, and then I'm going to need to paint more bricks. You know who your last Pokemon are? Well, I'm missing Noivern. I'm missing Swoobat and the other form. So that's 3 Pokemon out of 5. Then I'm missing... I don't know who else. That photo? Yeah, Mariah. Yeah, we're missing... All right, if we go into filter and we go to unknown. In fact, if we just go to only unknown. So we're missing 4 Pokemon that we've never seen before, and then 1 of them that we have. Right, so like if I go to sensed, sorry, 2 of them that we have. So we're missing Clodsire, which is just being a boob and not spawning, and Aerodactyl, and then we're missing Noivern, or whatever the evolution of the little bat is, Swoobat, and the other one. And then 1 mystery Pokemon, which I think it's just not even in... It doesn't even evolve. It's a single evolution. It's right here. Right before Ekans, but after Pawmont. I don't know who this is. But we just got 2 new habitats today. Oh yeah, we're missing Florever the... Yeah, we're still missing Florigato or whatever. So that's a whole thing, you know? So yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, Cloddy hasn't spawned yet. I should probably make another layout for Clodsire and try to bring him in as many different ways as possible. All right, I need these bricks, and I need these bricks painted yellow. We decided to go with yellow here. Let's do 89. Oh, wait, did I mess up? It doesn't matter. Let's just do 99. Dude, stop saying no. And then I don't know if we're going to need more painted. Like I might want to wait. I think we're going to need at least a little more, but I don't know how much more. Let's do like 50. Or I guess in this case we want to do 40. Have you seen Snorlax sleep on the Snorlax bed? He doesn't fit. I know. It's pretty hilarious, actually. All right, so let's quickly go back and let's go look, because technically I have the best area for Clodsire to spawn, I'm pretty sure, where he's only a 1-star rare, but you know, maybe we should just build all of Clodsire's habitats just to be sure here. Is me in 1998 on my blow-up chair. Me as like a teenager still trying to sit at the kiddie table. All right, so if we go in here and we go to Clodsire. We can see that here he's a 2-star rare. And here he's also a 2-star rare. So we have the best options possible for spawning them, right? He just hasn't showed up. I think that this game is coded to make everybody have like a different Pokemon that is like stubborn to spawn. Wait, we got him as we're talking smack. Let's go, my boy. He could have been there the whole time. I thought it would be more noticeable. I haven't really been looking for the shaking. Oh, hi. That's an unusual look. You look like one of those, what were they called? Oh, I remember, humans. You look like a human. Thanks for waiting while I tried to remember. You're really nice. As long as I'm with you, I feel like everything's gonna work out fine from now on. It lives at the bottom of ponds and swamps. It will carry Whooper on its back and ferry them across water from one shore to another. Ooh, nice. Nice bookworm. I might have to join in on that. Thank you for posting. All right, we're down to 4. 4 Pokemon remain for the Pokedex. Technically, there's 5 left in the game. You all might have noticed when we looked at the Pokedex. Let's go ahead and show this again. Y'all might have noticed. Hylian, how do you have 296, but there's 5 spots left? Well, there's actually a little secret Easter egg on that is locked to the Cloud Islands. I don't know the details, but apparently there is one Pokemon in the game that can only spawn on the Cloud Islands. But this Pokemon is technically already registered in your Pokedex. So even though it's a mystery and even though you don't know the Pokemon, you technically do. You've already met them. You're just spawning a different version of them. So it's extra. It's technically not a part of the Pokedex. So even though you see these 4 question marks, actually there's only 3 Pokemon remaining here. There's Noivern, Swoobet, and whatever the other bet. And then Aerodactyl. So we're missing 4 Pokemon, and we have what I believe to be the ability to spawn them all in right here. Now, why do I say that? Because take a look. I got the best habitat I could have ever asked for. The habitat has 3 double star rare Pokemon. And I don't know any of them. Think about that. That means that the 3 Pokemon I need are right here. All 3 of them. Think about it. All 3 of them have to be right here. Or one of them is that Pokemon that I mentioned that can only be spawned on the Cloud Island. But I don't think that's the case. So in theory, all 3 Pokemon I need are sitting right here. And then we have another setup over here that has another 2-star rare Pokemon. Now, this is going to be a double to what you just saw. So one of the 2-star rare Pokemon can spawn here. I've already concluded that one of the 3 that can spawn over here are also the same as the one from over there. Does that make sense? So that's easy. So we know for a fact that if I understand everything correctly, I have the potential of every Pokemon I need to finish my Pokedex right now. We're already locked in. And all we need to do is wait. We're done. We're done hunting habitats. We're waiting. I believe that's what's going on. We are waiting, I believe. So and then also we need to hunt down fossils because we're still waiting on the right wing for this jerk right here. Because this is not actually the right wing. You see how it's backwards? I put this on here on purpose. This is on backwards. So we're missing the wing right here. And then we got Aerodactyl as well. So we're close, man. We are so close to finishing this journey here. And the tail, wait, I thought I had the tail. I just haven't put the tail on him. I have the tail though. Yeah, I just haven't put the tail on him. I actually have the tail. Let's go grab it. It's probably lost somewhere in my chest though, but thanks for saying something because I would have been so confused if I would have got that fossil and then it wouldn't have worked. And I would have been like, Yeah, we just got the tail the other day, I'm pretty sure. All right, there's the skull. He just flies in circles. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just got the tail. Maybe I'm misremembering. Tundra fossil tail, wing fossil tail. I have 5 of them. I don't just have 1. I have 5. So yeah, you know, it would be nice if they would give me the wing. Now we could take a picture of somebody else's completed fossil and we could totally just cheese it by taking a picture. I'm not going to do that unless Aerodactyl's the last Pokemon I have left. The plan is that I will not take a picture of the right wing from somebody else unless he's the last Pokemon left. Then we will take a picture and just end our misery. But if for some reason I haven't found that Aerodactyl right wing I believe I'm missing by the time that all of these other Pokemon spawn in, then we will just take a picture and wash our hands of it. So we still have time. We don't have to do it yet. What's up, Kai Bells? I did have a couple good days. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I recharged to the best of my ability. I also tried to be somewhat productive. The productivity didn't come as easy, unfortunately. It's just a matter of... It's just a matter of... I was a little burnt out, so I needed, like... I could have even used, like, a 3rd day off, to be fair. To, like, really lock in on chores and stuff. But I did manage to be pretty... I did manage to accomplish a good amount. And then otherwise, I relaxed, you know? Hung out with my cat. One morning, we just laid in bed with each other all morning. She was on the other side of the bed. And every once in a while, she would, like, start stretching and look over. And then I would wake up and start stretching and look over. And we were just, like, two creatures laying in a bed, like... half distorted, twisted and turned, stretched out. And that was like how I started my Wednesday. Just me in a bed with my cat. And we both just like drifted in and out of sleep for like an hour or 2. And then eventually it was like, okay, we should probably get up. It's like, should probably get up. I need his head, and I think I have an extra wing. Can we trade? So there's no way to so the only way you could trade would be via photos. So yeah, you would have to come take a picture. And then that's how you would trade, technically. You would have to come take a picture. All right, we're going to drop all this stuff off for now until we come back to continue our journey of decorating. But yeah, like if you need to come take a picture of something between myself and the community and I, we'll likely be able to help you out. We'll likely be able to help you out. Spawn beach Pokemon. Spawn. Yeah, we could make a bunch of beach setups so that we're prepared for all 3 of the spawns, but we can also just wait for the first one to spawn and then just move it, right? All right, let's go see what y'all have been doing on the community island. Yo, X crossing with the tier 3. Thank you for the 77 months, Stazza, by the way. I didn't know that was you. I read your message and I laughed, but thanks, man. Yo, the tier 3 for X crossing, 67 months. The legend reemerges. What up, X crossing? What have you been up to? What you been gaming on? All right, apparently the community's been popping off over here. Let's see what the community's been doing. Oh, level 6. An Abra, terrible. right. All right, let me check my daily items. No recipes. That's perfectly fine. Oh, ho, ho, look at this. Yeah, I saw this player building a house. I don't know who it was. It might have been Ryan Perpetrator. I saw somebody building this house, and boy, has it come around. Like, oh my lord. Somebody just said this is my new single player save file. Oh my god. Nothing much, dude. What is this? Is this like, don't come down here? Is this still a work in progress? I see. They future-proofed the house. They future-proofed it for when we need more storage. Man, this is really good. This is really good, dude. I don't know who built this. It might have been Ryan Perp. I saw the person working in here, but I don't remember who it was. Dang, full blown out. Look at that, pictures. Full blown out. Dude, this is crazy. I don't think so, but I'll ask him. Look at this, man. We got farms. It was Kurt. Kurt Russell? What? I love the hanging berry mobile item. Same. It's a really cute item. It's a really cute item. This item right here. What's up, Dragon? H has ruffles in the chat. All I did was spawn in Espeon. Yeah, somebody decided to have some fun with us. Now, this is not the only area. Whoa! Is this a kit? Oh, there's a Pokemon here. Hey. Look, I'm doing a thing. I'm helping. Oh, why do I feel so weak? Guess I'll try some exercise. Hey, you want to work out together? It's easy. It's a kit that I've seen. Yeah, I was wondering if this looked like it could have been a kit. Yeah, it did. It did look like it could have been a kit just based off of like... Look at it. Speaking of Snorlax trying to sleep on a bed, look. Funny. This is my build, not a kit. Yo, Brielbasaur, you built this? You built this, Brielle? Dude, you legend. Dude, it looks so good. And there's even a... Look at this. There's even a working... Wow. 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 How cool is that? Wow. Wow. It's the community library. Now, somebody also is over here real quick. Yo, thank you, Cushy, for 27. How you doing, man? Those primes all add up, chat room. Those primes seriously go a long way. Thank you for helping me keep afloat. Yeah, also somebody moved over here. I don't know if they stayed over here or not. Okay, no, it looks like they were just hanging out over here. Okay. All right, I was just double checking because somebody might have... While I'm here, I'm going to fly around and see if any Pokemon are spawned in. Because I did put a bunch of, like, habitats around, so we just got to check and see if they're shaken. The smoke coming out of the chimney was the bread oven. The bread oven always has smoke coming out of the top of it, so it was a very clever use of the item because you don't need to even be cooking for the bread item to provide, the bread oven item to provide that smoke that you saw. So that was actually a very clever use of in-game items because other items might require them to actually be functioning, but that specific choice of item was perfect because it requires zero maintenance. You plug that bad boy in, and you're just good to go. Yeah, super smart. What's the community code? I can bring it up for you in just a second. I keep forgetting to make commands for it. Yeah, give me just a moment. Let me just make sure nothing's spawned in. I'm just looking for some quick shaken grass. If there's any kind of quick shaken grasses or anything. Because I put a bunch of random habitats all around the map, and a bunch of players went around and discovered them, so thank you for those players. But I just want to make sure that we don't have, like, Pokemon spawning on the other side of the freaking, like, where players aren't really going, and then we're missing those spawns. So every time I log in, I just quickly check and make sure that none of those habitats are spawning stuff. And it looks like, again, they've been mostly found. Like, the community has mostly handled that, so. Looks like somebody's building something over here. Nice, man. Y'all are locking in. All right, let's go. Let's... All right, here it is. Oh, thank you, Sith. Thank you, Sith. Yeah, there it is. That's an S before the 5 at the end. And you can join. And once you join, it'll always be saved in your list of Cloud Islands. Everybody. Which is awesome. All right, let me make sure that none of these items are needed. The lost and found. Yeah, so anytime... Once you actually put that code in, you don't have to re-enter it ever again. And I'll even show you really quick, like, how easy it is to join a new Cloud Island. Yo, we'll see you later, Pessimisaurus. We'll be back this whole weekend. I finally got the schedule up for the rest of the week. We'll be here all weekend. I'm gonna try to do some night stuff. I'm gonna try to do some variety, and I'm gonna try to do some decently long streams, but today will be the exception. Because I'll probably take it easy since it's my first day back after 2 days off. So we'll chill out today, and then as we go into the weekend, we'll lock in, and we're probably going to dive into Wind Waker at some point this weekend. I want to start moving some of those playthroughs forward. Welcome back in here, Crash Bandicoot. All right, so look, if you go to your list, well, first let's make sure nobody spawned in. All right, so all you do is you go to your lists of Cloud Islands, and it'll bring up anything you've ever visited. So go link play and say play on a Cloud Island. Go to previously visited, and you'll see YouTube and Hylian right here. Right, like I can go back and visit Boundland real quick and see if there's a stamp for me. She's doing very well. She's doing very well. She's completely switched over to her new food, which is awesome. And so now we're good. We're pretty much locked in for the food journey. We might try the new cat litter journey, but I'm not rushing. I just bought some more clay litter just to be sure. Otherwise, I got some catnip coming, so I can utilize the catnip to... I got some catnip coming, so I can utilize the catnip to start getting her more comfortable with the cat tower and some of that stuff. I want her to be comfortable with some higher spaces, because cats really do love having some like higher spaces to be able to like feel comfortable. So that's the next journey, is to get her comfortable with some of the higher spaces in the house. And again, I have the cat tree perfectly in front of her window, ready to go. I just got to get her comfortable climbing up it and using it. And then, yeah, she's doing very well. We spent the past 2 days together, but she is very in routine. She sleeps during the day when I work, and I love it. It's perfect routine. She sleeps during the day, and she doesn't really like try to get my attention too much while I'm working. And then when I end my stream, she usually wakes up around 5 p.m. and then we hang out. Yeah, maybe some cat shelves. And then, so I told the chat this morning. So recently I discovered that she's taken over my closet here in my office. She's taken over my closet in the office, and she goes in there. It's like her little fort, and she sleeps on my old green screen. So this is really good because the closet is close enough to my computer that I might be able to rig a camera up without trying to get her to like specifically sit somewhere. Does that make sense? So I might just be able to run a camera into the closet, maybe add a little bit of ambient light in there, and we might already have the perfect location for the cat cam while she's sleeping. Like, it might be perfect. So I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna see if maybe we already have like a really easy answer for cat cam, because right now I don't have a good answer, right? Like, that's why we're waiting, because like she doesn't really have anywhere in my room that she generally likes to sit outside of that little closet she likes to hide in. So that's pretty much where she sleeps all day while I work, because for her, she's close to me, she's listening to my voice, she feels safe because she's also hidden on the other side of a wall. So it's the perfect location for a cat, you know? She really likes that spot. So I'm gonna try to just fortify the spot for her further, you know what I mean? And like just make it even more her little space. Let me turn down this music a little. So I'm gonna try to like fortify the space for her a bit and make it even cooler for her. And then maybe we can get a camera going in there. So she has claimed the closet, which is honestly perfect. It's actually perfect that she claims this closet because I'm not using it for much. So I'm just going to stack some more boxes in there, maybe give her some height in there, and she seems like she might like it. What's up, Chalice? How you doing today? I love Pokopia and being creative. My favorite NPC is Chef Dente, and I like the rollout transformation a little. Nice. Did you know that Chef Dente can allow you to double anything that you cook as long as they're following you? So anytime you grab Chef Dente and you go and cook some food, there's a chance that they double the thing that you cook. So if you try to cook 10 salads, she might end up making 20 salads. You might end up getting 20. If you try to make 10 burgers, she'll make 20. So Chef Dente should be your best friend when you go to cook in this game. One on your main town and another in your dream town, right? So Lily Tazi's actually asking a question that we haven't discovered yet. So what Lily Tazi's asking is, it seems like there might be a limitation on how many stamps that one person's computer can give out to other players. And we're not sure if this is real, but it feels like if too many people visit, let's say, my town to come get stamps, at a certain point, it's going to start denying people stamps. We don't really know why, how, or what the number maybe is, but there could be like a limit, a cap, on how many stamps you can give out to other players. This has nothing to do with you specifically, right? We're just talking about stamps that you can give out to other players. It seems like there could be some sort of limit, some sort of weird like rule that we don't quite understand. I tried yours the other day when you had Mew and it said that you gave out too many. Right. So we don't know the numbers or anything. And that's what Lily Tazi was asking. Thank you for trying to help though, Jupi-san, of course. But just to kind of talk about that a little bit, it seems like there's a limit. We're not sure what the limit is, but it seems like there's a limit. So, where's your Mew at? Is it your Cloud Island or is it your main island, Lily Tazi? Let's go ahead and do some science right now. I'll come over. Give me a code. I'll come over right now and we'll check real quick. We'll see if a fifth works. If you've had 4, yours is on your main. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll come over right now and we can try one real quick if you're not busy. Visit a friend. Online connection. We'll see if we can do a 5th maybe. And like Silver Blink said, it could be a limit on Cloud Islands, but not on the main islands. right? It could be a limit on Cloud Islands instead. We're not really sure. So this is all just good for data collection, right? All right, sick. I know I've seen that multiple times. I made one time I made 24 salads with Chef Dente, so I run out of food. Plus I could give it to another Pokemon and I got 48. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you knew about that, Miss Chalice. And it seems like you're already up to speed. You already know what's going on around here. All right, let's go visit Lily. Cool. Have you done any designing that you want to show off while we're here, Lily? I'm going to stand up and use the restroom real quick and go close some windows because I think it's cold. My whole house is like really dark, but I have all the windows open. So I'm starting to think it might be rain clouds. So I'm going to go and make sure that my house is okay and that it's not too cold because now I got to think about my cat, you know? I don't like the temperature to go below 60. Cats are okay down to 40 degrees Fahrenheit, but I don't really want my house to go below 60 for her, you know? I want to make sure she's comfy, so. Nice, dude. That Mew's gonna really help me out this week because I didn't get a lot of coins last week. All right, I'm gonna come right back and check out your pad if you're down. Wow, this is awesome. Oh my, you're Nurse Joy. That's awesome. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave y'all with these nighttime jams. Oh, I keep doing that by default. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Yeah, super eerie. It's like an eerie level of darkness around the house. You guys know what I'm saying? Like during the day, it's like, are we about to get poured on? Oh yeah, it just started. Oh yeah, it's about to start pouring. Doesn't look like a storm. Looks like just some regular old rain, just some moderate rain. It'll be over by like 5 p.m. tonight. Cool. Is there anything over here? Do you have a little heating pad for the baby? No, I don't, but I'll consider that for sure. Oh, somebody was faking as a table. I was so confused. I'm like, there was not a table here before. Nice. Look at this. Look at this pad, dude. Got him, chat. Boom, 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 boom. Well, Silver Blink, were you able to get a Mew badge? Because that would be 6. That would be 6 if you were able to get one. So it could be just a Cloud Island limitation, or maybe we're pushing the limit of the... Maybe we're pushing the limit right now. 6, maybe 6 is the cap. We're not sure. Dude, it's so cool to see what everyone's doing. Oh, wow. You turned this whole cliff into black rock with the moss in between. Ooh, I love what you're doing. You're putting the stone huts in the wall. That's cool. That's really neat. Dude, I'm getting inspired here. I did find that you can reset your Cloud Island stamp over and over by deleting it and remaking it. Right. That is like a cheesy thing. So if you haven't like committed to your Cloud Island yet, you can just cheese it. Right. Mandolin lessons got moved up. See you another time. Yo, Sarah, we'll see you around, all right? Don't worry. I'll be back after my 2 days off. I don't take off a ton of time. So if y'all were missing the show for the past couple days, don't worry. We'll be back. We'll be locking in. We'll be locking in again here as this week progresses. Yeah, so don't worry. Well, this weekend into next week, we'll be locking in, doing some variety, but Pokopia in the mornings is pretty much guaranteed at this point. But we're not going to throw that word around too loosely again. But yeah, Pokopia in the mornings is kind of the vibe I'm feeling, and then we'll be game switching in the afternoons. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. Oh, I love what you're doing with this little like cul-de-sac, this little city. Like, look at this. This is nice, man. You did a wonderful job making this place feel very different than anything else I've seen anybody else doing. And I really appreciate that. Oh man, you're even doing, oh my lord. What are these? There's Pokeball prefabs? Where do you get these from? I don't even think I've seen these. There's Pokemon Village prefabs? What? It's a quest from Tinkmaster. It's a quest. Wow, this house looks nice too. The plushy corner. Dude, it looks so futuristic. It's so cool. It looks so futuristic, dude. I love it, dude. That is so cool. Here's the park over here. Cute use of that kit. Looks like you got like a nice blend of kits and then prefabs and then some custom builds. You're kind of doing a little bit of everything. They're cute, but they're small on the inside. Talk to Tinkmaster. I just bought some from your Poke Center. I got mine on the Cloud Island, maybe from a Pokemon. It's a work in progress. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me over. So cool. So cool. Yo, can we get some birthday love in the chat for Lynn Love? And you know, it's been a while since we've done this. Why don't we do this? It's been a little bit. Let's go ahead and... Is this the song I want? No. I want the live performance. There it is. Happy birthday, Lynn Love, and anybody else out there who might be celebrating. I know every word to this song, every lyric. All right, Sister Honey, did you want to come and take a picture of the skull of Aerodactyl? I don't want to leave you hanging and then get distracted tonight. So if you want to do that now, Sister Honey, we can. But that's up to you. Yeah, we'll be doing viewer island visits in the future. That's something I'm kind of cooking up still. But yes, Dr. Roxo, you have good taste, is what I was trying to say with different words. Like, yeah, that's the plan. I'm gonna be doing island tours of this game as like a dedicated segment as I get a little bit more comfortable with multiplayer. As you guys can see, I'm slowly kind of incorporating it into the show a little bit more purposefully because I want to start getting comfortable with doing it, and then we could start doing some more of that stuff. Happy birthday, Lynn Love. How did you spend your birthday? Did you manage to treat yourself? Hope so. I hope so. What Pokemon do we have left? We have 5 Pokemon left, including Aerodactyl. No, 4 left, including Aerodactyl. So it's the Swoobat line. We're missing the Swoobat line. We're missing Noivern and Aerodactyl, and that's it. We already know what we're missing. We're missing Swoobat, Aerodactyl, and that's it. Because like we're at 296, and the only reason that you see an extra question mark here is because of the Pokemon from the Cloud Island. But the Pokemon from the Cloud Island does not need to be registered to the Dex because technically they already are. But there's still a question mark in here because that's just how that works. Right? So technically all we have left is Noivern, Swoobat, whatever bat, they're the same family line, and then Aerodactyl. And I'm pretty sure, to my knowledge, we're done right there. I'm stuck at home recovering from emergency surgery. Dude, Teddy Mackerel, are you okay, buddy? I hope whatever's going on in your world, that you're on the mend and that you're healing up. Throw some love out in the chat for Teddy and anybody else who needs to hear it, man. I'm glad you're recovering. It sounds like things are going in the right direction. Thanks for letting us know, man. It's good to see you. Dr. Roxo, yeah. Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. Dr. Roxo. Dude, I love him. The rock and roll clown who's addicted to cocaine. I love that. I love that cartoon so much. Dr. Roxo. I forget his voice. It's been so long. I sound like Michael Scott trying to be Pam, Jim's wife, or something. Like that voice is not working, but you're already doing a lot better. I'm happy to hear that. Remember the time you went clean? I do remember that. I do have a favorite Pokemon. It's Squirtle. HDes Nice in the chat represents my favorite Pokemon. Squirtle's been my favorite Pokemon for a long time, and I do have a lot of favorite Pokemon though. I want to make it clear that it used to just be Squirtle, but now it's like I could answer that question with like 5 or 6 different Pokemon. I really have a lot of favorites, but Squirtle's always going to be my first love, my boy Blue. My boy Blue. He'll always be my first love. All right, let's do some storage stuff while we're hanging out, since we're not really doing anything at the moment. Let's get all this stuff organized. Since we're just yapping, right? If I'm gonna sit and talk, I might as well start organizing my storage. Your first love was Turtwig. Turtwig is a gem. Yeah, like I just fell in love with Slowking. I just fell in love with Slowking. Now I've always thought Slowking was cool, but I built a competitive team with him from Champions. So we had a good question about Champions earlier, and we'll answer that while we're yapping here. So I got asked the question, you know, what do I like about Champions so far? And I missed the second half of the message, but it said something along the lines of, I was never big into the competitive scene, but I've been having fun the last couple days. Literally had to pull myself away so I could get some sleep. Yeah, me too, man. I'm having fun. So like, first off, what I'm really enjoying about Champions simply comes down to like, I've always been a big fan of the competitive scene. I've always like tried to get into the competitive scene. So I think the thing I'm enjoying most about Champions is how it's exactly what I've always wanted, as far as something that felt official, but was also somewhat accessible for competitive Pokemon, because I've struggled over the years to like get into competitive Pokemon because there was a lot of barriers of entry. Like, and if you weren't using Pokemon Showdown, which for those that don't know is like an app, for me, Pokemon actually always felt daunting. Like it always felt like I had to put way too much work in to experiment. And I'm the kind of team builder that likes to experiment. I want to like throw something out in the wild and then just iterate on it, right? Like I want to just throw something out there and iterate on it. I don't want to like have to think about the final form of the project of the Pokemon team until I've gotten to the wild and done some testing. And I've always personally felt that there wasn't really a good accessible way to do that besides for Pokemon Showdown. But Showdown didn't feel good. Showdown was full of a bunch of chotches. It just didn't feel good, dude. I don't care what anybody says. Showdown's full of a bunch of douchebags who talk down on you and try to act like they're better than you. And it's some of the worst interactions you'll ever have in the Pokemon space. First off. Secondly, Showdown never really felt like the answer. And the reason I say that is because there's nothing can compare to when you're in the heat of the battle and you're on a timer and you're clicking on the screen and the UI. So here's the thing. I used to do all of my stuff on Pokemon Showdown. But here's the thing I learned really quick, is that when I would go from Showdown to the pressures of battling on Scarlet and Violet or in Sun and Moon or anything like that, the pressure wasn't the same. It wasn't the same as like navigating a menu and the UI. Right? That wasn't the same. Like, it's not the same as using your mouse and clicking on stuff. So I personally felt like Showdown was never really a good source, and this was just me, of learning how to deal with battles in like the heat of the moment. In my opinion, dude, it wasn't good at that, because when you went from Showdown to the heat of the battle, to the heat of the moment, when you're on the actual game, and the timer is ticking fast, and 60 seconds goes by like in the blink of an eye, and you have to learn how to navigate the UI, you have to learn how to find the information, and that's all super accessible on Showdown. But that's not the case on the game, in the regular game. It's not like super accessible. It's not like easy to wrap your head around. Like you have to kind of play a bunch and like learn the UI and like get used to all the little, you know, granule kind of deterrences that stop you from all the knowledge, right? Like, and if you want to figure out what Pokemon's on their team, you have to go into a specific menu and then you could see who's on their team. And if you want to like go back and see, you have to press a specific button to see like the field, the battle effects. Like, it's just different. So this is all for me to just say that I was never a big fan of Champions being an alternative to competitive Pokemon. And I didn't like that it was the most accessible way to play the game. I just didn't like it. It wasn't something I really vibed with. It wasn't working for me as a player. It just wasn't working for me. And like I still will always use Showdown as like a way to like quickly test teams and to like look up information quickly. And I use it for the damage calculations. So I'm always going to use their damage calculator. But I had been hoping and praying for a way to do competitive Pokemon that was official and felt like an answer to my specific problem. And my specific problems in this case being wanting to learn in the same environment, wanting to tinker in the same environment that I'm going to be playing the game normally. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not even like asking for much. Like, I just wanted to, when I practiced competitive Pokemon, I wanted it to be in the same environment that I was going to be playing competitive Pokemon regularly. Like, I'm not even like, this is like a very normal thing that like anybody who does anything competitive would prefer. Like, does anybody here do any kind of competitive gaming? Wouldn't it be weird if you had to do all of your practice for your competitive gaming on a computer that you don't normally use? Wouldn't it be weird if you were doing your practice for competitive League of Legends on a computer with a mouse and a keyboard and a chair in an office that you like don't ever normally interact with? That sucks. Right now, when you get to the higher upper echelons of League of Legends, they do have to go to a stadium to do their tournament. But they're still allowed to bring their own keyboard and their own mouse because that is how important it is to have familiarity when you're competing. That's all I've ever wanted out of Pokemon. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, I've only ever wanted an environment where I can compete and feel like I'm competing in the space that I'm going to be in when I do go to take on like the challenge. You know what I mean? So it took me like a long time to like I ended up kind of giving up on Pokemon because I just didn't like using Showdown. I wanted something official. And now insert Champions. So dude, I'm in love. I think it's perfect. I think it's exactly what I've wanted this whole time forever. It's exactly what I've wanted. As a guy who's been doing competitive Pokemon for years now, since Sun and Moon, it's exactly what I wanted. And it could be a little better. And I have hope in the future that they will make it better. And I also have hope, on a side note, that they continue to do really fun and like rigid regulations and like tournaments. Because right now, Champions released with like a lack of items and a lack of Pokemon. And it feels perfect this way. And I know I'm asking for a little too much, but like it feels perfect right now. The way that the meta isn't revolved around legendary Pokemon, and that not everyone can just give any Pokemon a life orb, and that Pokemon is now instantly overpowered. Like, none of that is going on in the game right now. Instead, you have this like super fair meta where like everyone is forced to use like some pretty hokey Pokemon and try to figure out like what they're doing with their team and stuff. And like, it's really sick. Like, this is actually my favorite styles of Pokemon metas and gameplay is when it's at the beginning of the release of a Pokemon game. The best competitive Pokemon comes out of the beginning of a Pokemon journey. because everything is limited. So my last comment to the question from Ginger King and anybody else who cares, you know, I know we're in the weeds right now. My last comment is that I really hope that we start to see items get removed from regulations. And that maybe in the future of Pokemon, they're going to say, in this regulation, you can't use Life Orb. In this regulation, you can't use this item. Because I think that that would create a super interesting way to play Pokemon. That would be so cool if like the competitive scene starts to limit items on top of limiting Pokemon and forcing players like, oh, we're going to allow you to use Garchomp, but we're not going to give you the items that 90% of Garchomp users use. Now you're forced to use Garchomp in a way that you've never maybe used them before. Good luck. Right? Like, I want that. I hope that that's what they do. And I really hope they like rotate that, like, and they make the game like interesting like that. Because the truth is that competitive Pokemon loses interest and value fast for me when everything you're fighting and every team you play against has 2 legendary Pokemon that are massively overpowered. And if you don't build your team around some legendaries, you're basically giving yourself a limit, right? You're giving yourself, you know, a handicap, but I don't know if that's like a term you're allowed to use anymore. So there's got to be something better. You know, you're giving yourself like way less of a chance to succeed because you're not using the ultimate strategy. And like, that's the problem. Like, so I really do hope, I just wanted to share my thoughts. And I think that Champions could very well be like a super healthy future of Pokemon. You know, again, who knows? You never know nowadays. You never know if like things are going to work out that way, you know, or the way you want, whatever. But that's my thoughts, and I'm pretty excited about the future of Champions and to seeing like how they maybe make it more interesting for all of us. You know, I think it would be really cool for them to expand on like kind of what they've already started in that sense, which in this case is like limited item pools, limited Pokemon pools, something that they do, but they don't do it too well. Like for those that are new to the competitive Pokemon scene, traditionally what we really see happening in the space is like they will do some regulations, they call it, like rule sets where things are limited, but for the most part, everything is available. Like the past 2 years of Scarlet and Violet, for the most part, everything has been available always. Every Pokemon available, basically. Every legendary, everything. And then like they randomly slid in a couple rule sets that took the legendaries out for like a month. And that was cool, you know? And then they brought them back again, and so yeah, that's it. But that's what I think of Champions, and that's my thoughts on it. And I've been having fun. I've been playing it in my free time a little bit here and there. I don't think they'll give up on ZA mechanics. I think the ZA mechanics are going to stick around for a long time. I really do think that Legends games are going to keep going in that direction. A Metro game will be announced for next week. I haven't thought about Metro in a while. Small Olive's my favorite right now. So anyways, that all fell into a rant because I wanted to say to y'all, guess what? I started using Slowking, and now I'm like falling in love with Slowking. And that's the one thing I like about competitive Pokemon, is that competitive Pokemon does encourage you to use Pokemon you might not ever use. Pokemon that you might not ever interact with. And like, it's really cool, actually. It's like really rad how you really do get encouraged to interact with Pokemon you would otherwise like maybe just ignore, right? Like it's kind of neat how competitive Pokemon manages to give me the urge to interact and battle with Pokemon that I've never used before. So I've never personally really used Slowking. I've never really found a situation where my thought was, I'm going to use this Pokemon Slowking. Like, I've never really been there. And I started building a team with him, and like, I'm super happy because he's fun, dude. I'm willing to see if Champions just needs more time to cook. Well, the good thing is that Champions is free to play. So it's not like there's a huge loss if like the game doesn't work out for like any of you. It's like you can just try it for fun, and if you don't like it, it's like whatever, just move on, you know? So that's fun. Like, that's at least there's not like a huge commitment here or anything. And secondly, we talked about this earlier. Unfortunately, the reason that games got some negativity around it, in my opinion, has to do with people being sold the wrong product. Like, I feel like a lot of people were, the internet kind of created this narrative that like what we needed was like a Pokemon Stadium style game, which we do, by the way. But Pokemon Champions was never going to be that game. So somewhere along the lines of like Champions release and stuff, and I think that this has to do with the Pokemon Company kind of not quite like selling the product properly. I really do think they mismanaged marketing a little bit. I really do feel confident in that. Like, I feel like they kind of mismanaged and mismarketed the game a little bit. Like, I think like when I remember watching the trailers, like it really did feel like it was going to be this like larger than life thing. Like, let me just show y'all the trailer real quick. Like, instead of like being like fully open, like this is just a battle simulator game, which is like what it is, right? This is instead what they sold it as. Like this larger, like this epic thing, like the mysterious creatures known as Pokemon live all over the place, both out of nature and in our cities. Pokemon love to compete with each other and battle alongside other people. And like, it's like this epic thing. They're like, oh man, they're introducing new characters. We got Luchadore characters. Like they're like, oh man, it's the new Pokemon game called Pokemon Champions. But not at any point at all in this trailer do they at all make it clear that this is just a battle simulation game. They really don't. Like, they're selling this as like the next hottest Pokemon game. They're like, dude, Champions, meet your destiny in the battle arena. And it's got the Pokemon tag, it's got the Nintendo tag. Like this thing was being sold to a lot of people like some epic Pokemon experience. And the truth is like, it's just an app for people who are really nerdy and like to battle. And I wonder if that's why we're getting a bunch of like, you know, outside of like the people who just troll to troll, like I wonder if some people like truly had the wrong idea, man. That's how they sell all mobile games. Yeah, it's just not really that, you know. It's not some like epic, you know. Obviously they're gonna sell the game to sound like the next best thing, like that makes a ton of sense considering, like, what are they gonna do? Hey everybody, this game's gonna just be a boring pile of numbers See you later. Like they obviously have to drum up hype and stuff. Like I get it, but I do think that they missold the game a little bit. I'm just gonna say it, man. Like I think they missold the game a little bit. They low-key did that with back-to-back games, Pokopia and Champions, oversold one and undersold the other. True. They undersold Pokopia big time. They had no idea they had a banger in their lap. They really had no idea, did they? They had no idea they had a banger sitting in their lap. You can tell that they had no idea, you know what I mean? Like they were gonna pass Pokopia off as like just like a side piece. Yeah, like they had no idea that they were onto something with this game. Or you can interpret it a different way, everybody. What if a better interpretation is that they were so overly confident in Pokopia's success that they didn't feel the need to say anything. That they were so confident that they were just like, nah, son. Just buy it. Figure it out. What's up, Ez? I didn't know what Pokopia was until I started seeing all over TikTok. Either way, I'll tell you one thing. Anybody who's been paying attention to the Pokemon competitive scene and who's been excited and waiting for a game to come out that could be like, could solve a lot of the problems in the space around competitive Pokemon, as well as maybe present something that could help make it more accessible and all sorts of other wonderful things. This game is exactly that. Like, this game is exactly what most of us wanted. Like, very much like, most people are satisfied. And then there's just like a big group of people who, like competitive nerds, that are mad that it's not exactly what they wanted it to be. Which, there's always going to be like the dissenters, you know, who were like, oh, it's not good enough, it's weirdly limited. Like I watched a guy's YouTube video last night, and he was like giving pretty fair takes on everything, but every once in a while he felt the need to just be like, but this specific thing, I just don't understand. Why didn't they release it with all the items? I just don't understand. Why did they release it with such limited Pokemon pools? I just don't understand. And he kept saying that, and I'm like, what is there not to understand? Like, what's so hard to understand about like things being a little limited at first and like forcing you to have fun and not use the same teams you've been using probably your whole Pokemon journey? Like, you've been using the same probably 6 Pokemon, and you probably adjust them lightly per like meta. And now they're asking you to do something off meta, and all you can say is, I don't understand. I don't understand. It's like, get over yourself, dude. Like, it doesn't need to be the same cookie cutter experience that we've gotten delivered. Like, it's okay if like things aren't in the game on release right away. Like, it's not that confusing is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not so it's not like this debacle. I just don't understand. Like, it's not that confusing. You know what I mean? It's just like, what do you mean? Like, it's just a game. Like, I don't know. I just find it baffling that, you know, people are always going to find a reason to complain. So I think that if there's anybody that needs to be criticized for complaining, it's the actual competitive scene. All the people who love competitive Pokemon that are complaining that Champions isn't good enough, I think they're the ones that could use a reminder to like take a deep breath and like go touch some grass, and like it'll be fine. You know, it's like not that big of a deal. You gonna watch the astronauts return today? Good question. What time do they return? I thought it was last night in the middle of the night. Was that wrong? I thought it was last night in the middle of the night. When do they come home? I think I wanted to see a bit more of the game before committing the $70 price tag. Roughly 8 p.m. tonight, huh? I'll definitely watch that for sure. Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, for some reason I thought it might have been last night, but I wasn't sure. I was just kind of guessing. Anyways, that's my Pokemon Champions rant for the afternoon. I had to match the morning energy and rant a little longer. Coverage starts at 6. Cool. You guys know I'm a space nerd. All right, speaking of, here, I said I would load up Champions and show it off a little bit, but since it's a Switch 1 and a Switch 2 game, I don't really feel the need to showcase this game the way that I said that I would going into today's stream. I know some of you, like Malachi, was asking about it. I don't really feel the need to do that because there's not really much for y'all to see. Now, I will tell you this. I was surprised that there was randomly cutscenes and NPCs and stuff in the game. So when you start the game off, you're going to go through a series of cutscenes and training, and they actually set like a little story here. There's like a little story, and you're working for some like dude who's like running a gym, and like he's like an old Pokemon trainer, and the game starts off and he's like, "Oh, you see, I can't keep up with Pokemon like I used to, so I need a protege." And then he offers you to like train here, and then the two big champions of the area come in and they talk to you, and they're like, "Hey, you're the new champion in the making." And you're like, "Yeah, that's me, dude." And that's like literally it. And then the game starts, and this is the whole game. So every day you log in, you get missions. All right. So every day you get missions here, and you get missions for logging in. All right. You get weekly missions that you can do. And you can like apparently re-roll the missions. I don't even know how that works. All right, and then you get like starter missions. So this is very mobile game-esque. When we say mobile game, we're talking about like traditional free-to-play games. So you have a little bit of incentive to play the game and do stuff, right? And then there's some timer-based systems. Outside of the missions, there's recruiting. So every day you get one free recruit. I think you get one free reset every day. Yep. And this is how you find Pokemon in the game. So every day you can do this once a day. Now that you can skip past the timer as you would expect. And in here, not only can you find Pokemon that are fully trained, fully statted out so that you can participate in the game at your leisure, you'll also find Pokemon with rare titles. So like Galele the Pumpus, or you can find even shiny Pokemon. I actually found a shiny Pokemon in here in Emolga. And you can find a shiny Pokemon in here as well. So this area is really important to the Pokemon Champions because you can find Pokemon that already have stats. Like you see this Pidgeot has plus special attack plus HP to the max. So that if I were to just pick this Pidgeot and bring her home, right? I could make her my permanent buddy here. Boom. Now I have a fully trained Pidgeotto, and I can just instantly put it into a battle. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and use my tickets, and I'm going to get another lineup going. So this is like the most fun part of the game for a lot of people who don't care about competitive. Because this is like, here it is. We have Excadrill the Peckish, because this is like shiny hunting and like it's really goofy, right? So this is Pokemon Champions. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the Excadrill because it has a title and it's fully trained, and it's trained to be the best version of Excadrill. Sometimes they can have hidden abilities, Sometimes they can have rare moves. Either way, I could rent this Pokemon for 7 days, or I can take it home permanently and put it in my box, and now I can build a team with it. And that's Pokemon Champions. So that's it. So every day you can do one free recruit, or you can use your points and your tickets to do recruiting. That's your choice, right? So you can recruit as much as you want. But they really took competitive Pokemon and made it the most casually accessible experience ever. Right? Like you can, like now I just showed you the Pokemon I took, right? Now look, if I go into my box, I can go right over here to my team list, all right? And you can see like these are the Pokemon on my team. And here's a box of all of the Pokemon that, right? That I'm like, that I've collected. Some of them are fully trained from recruiting. Some are from my personal collection on Pokemon Home, right? But here's the cool part. If you go down here, you can click Auto Team Build, and Auto Team Build will literally just build a team for you. So again, they really, if you have never considered doing competitive Pokemon before, competitive, battling and like VGC and stuff like that, what you can do is you can show up here, all right, and you can just go and do some recruiting, recruit yourself a handful of Pokemon that they don't even really need to make sense, right? Just recruit a bunch of Pokemon and then come over here, do auto build, and boom, now I have a team. I'm done. That's it. I just built my team. You don't need to know anything about stats. You don't need to know if the Pokemon's good or bad or ugly. You don't need to know about the Rain Team strategy and Pelipper and setting up my protect strategies. You literally can just click build a team. Okay, now I'm just going to go play the game. Now I have a team, and now I can just literally go and play the game. Done. It's over. Welcome to Pokemon Champions. That's like the whole thing. Will the Pokemon you find in this game be in other Pokemon games, or will they stay in this game? We're not sure. As of right now, I'm pretty sure any Pokemon you recruit here will not be leaving this game ever. So if you find a Pokemon in this game, I'm fairly certain they will not be leaving this game, but they could change that in the future. They could allow us to take Pokemon out of this game in the future. But as of right now, if you find a Pokemon through the recruit feature, you're likely not ever taking that Pokemon out of here. Auto build won't change your stats, moves, or abilities though. Correct. But it's still accessible for people who don't want to think about it. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to recruit, and you understand that, right? Like, if you just recruit 6 Pokemon that are fully statted out, then you like don't really have to think about it. And that's the accessibility side, right? Like, if you just recruit 6 Pokemon throughout your journey, so I'll take Gardevoir. You know, if you recruit 6 Pokemon that all have fully stats and moves, then you don't like really have to think about it. You could just do a quick auto team and then you could be done, right? Like, and that's the thing. So it is like still like a super accessible experience because, you know, if you're only playing on this app and you're only recruiting Pokemon and you pay attention to the Pokemon you recruit, you're never going to run into a situation where your Pokemon aren't statted out, right? So like it's still a really accessible system. And to make things even cooler, they have a system where we can actually go and take other people's teams. So we can go over here and we can grab somebody else's team with a code. And if I put their code in here, all right? If I put a code in here, I can summon another player's team. And as long as I have the Pokemon in the game will automatically change the team for me. Like, watch this. I'm going to do it really quick. Hold on a second. Let's do Moxie's gym real quick, because I think they give away a code. So let's just quickly do. Let's see.
Champions is officially out.
Let's see if they give us the code for this team real quick. Some people have been really weird about giving out codes for teams, trying to force people to watch YouTube videos. It's honestly been annoying. Like they'll be like, "Oh, you want the code for this team? Oh, you better go watch my YouTube video." And it's like, okay, dude, like you really like you really could have just gave us the code. You didn't have to make me go hunt down. You know what I mean? Champions team code. I'm just looking for like a super quick team. I don't even care what it is. I just want anything so I can show you all this feature really quick. All right, I got one right here. All right, sick. All right, sick. 7-3 E 7-2 5B. All right, G5. So watch what's going to happen here. So now look at this. I got a team from Freddy B42. Now in the older games, you could fully just like download this and you could like use it, but that's the old game. Let's talk about the new game. So look at this. I have a whole team of Pokemon right here. I could replicate this team and I can go in here and I could specifically have them train the whole team using my points to be exactly the way that it is that the player used it. Or I could even just take one specific Pokemon. So like, watch this. I could go ahead and say, you know what? I only want the Dragonite from this team. So I'm going to click this. Right? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say remove. I'm going to say add the Dragonite and I'm going to press plus. And now the game is automatically training this Pokemon exactly like somebody recommended me on the internet. Watch that. Look at this. A simple click of a button, enter of a code, and now I have a fully trained Dragonite that I can use in my team. So again, really, this app is pretty cool, and it's offering some pretty cool accessibility to the Pokemon competitive scene. You don't really have to know what you're doing to interact with this app. You don't really have to know what you're doing, which I find that to be pretty cool. Otherwise, that's it. I told you guys I would show it off, and here, I'm showing you guys right here. That's it. This is the whole app. There's a shop, there's a training page, there's a box. They're going to try to squeeze a bunch of money out of you by not giving you a... Basically, this game isn't pay to play. This game isn't pay to win. You want to know what this game is? Pay for convenience. Do you want the convenience of having more spaces for Pokemon so you don't have to transfer Pokemon in and out of the game? Give us money. Do you want the convenience of having multiple battle teams so you don't have to keep erasing your teams over and over again? Give us some money. It's pay for convenience, which has become a pretty popular trend in the gaming space. Pay for convenience, right? That's like the whole thing. So it's not pay to win, but it's pay for convenience. And boy, do they really throw some convenient looking stuff at you to spend money on. And that's like pretty much it. That's Pokemon Champions. So I do plan to play this game, and I'll be playing it in my free time, and I'll be team building, and I'll be like relaxing with the game. But I don't have intentions of doing a ton of streaming of it unless you would all like to see me do some battles. I don't really have a competitive adjacent community. Most people here aren't really here for like competitive gameplay. I've done competitive Pokemon and it kind of doesn't really work for my audience. It's just not really something that most of you are like wrapping your head around, so it's hard for you to follow, and it's just not really something that the community has like seemed to have much interest in. So, you know, unless y'all let me know that you would like to see some, I probably won't be doing much champions on stream. I just don't really feel the need to. It's something that I'll be enjoying off stream in a very pressure-free environment. And I'd love to battle some of you. We have a channel in the Discord, you know, Pokemon Center. I'd love to battle y'all. I would love to trade teams and battle with you all. And we got to get each other added to our friends list. And I'd love to interact with you all in the game. I just want to make it clear, like, I don't really plan on doing much of content with champions. It's just not really my... Right, maybe a segment or two, maybe like a night stream vibe, exactly. Like, just not really my bag as a creator, which is okay. I'm not even upset about it. You know, honestly, it's kind of stressful to do competitive battles online. Yeah. I'd love to see you grind some champion with a goofy team. Oh, I didn't show you guys my team. Dude, speaking of, let me show you really quick. So, this is the team I was going to reach out to Dazza to battle, but last night, but I got busy. But here's my team for y'all. And this is the team that I cooked up. And my first team is, I'm all the way up to Great Ball rank in doubles. I'm at Great Ball rank 3, so I'm grinding away. And the team that I'm using here is a beautiful team that I put together. I'm really proud of it, actually. So I present to you my team here. It's Fortress, Mousehold, Hisuian Decidueye, Hisuian Arcanine, Altera, which is my Mega, and a Slowking. And it's so good, dude. I'm having so much fun, dude. My team is dope. So basically my core is Fortress, Mousehold, Arcanine, Slowking. And I'm mostly a Trick Room team. Turn 1, I come out in Trick Room, and then I have about 4 or 5 turns to get into a position that is better than you. And it works pretty often, but when I can't lead with Slowking and Mousehold, the team starts to kind of fall apart because I don't have any other Trick Room. But I do have a speed mode. I can lead with Hisuian Decidueye, and I can also lead with my Altera that's kind of fast, somewhat fast. My Mousehold is very fast, so this Pokemon's always going to be an option for a speed. So I do have like a speed side, and then I do kind of have mostly a Trick Room team. And I have a couple Pokemon that I have purposefully no speed investment, so they're kind of like they work in both styles of my team. And I mean, it's working really well. I'm slowly tweaking it, but I have my shiny Fortress that we caught together in Scarlet and Violet. And this boy is a tank, and he be taking them hits, dude. And he's just doing really well. I'm very happy about my homie here. So again, just slowly adjusting the team. The Mousehold has King's Rock and Population Bomb, but then Encore and Follow Me to make sure I get Trick Room when I need it. My Slowking is actually kind of competitively built. Like, he's mostly a tank. He even takes a Charizard Y Solar Beam and doesn't die. So he's really tanky, but also can drop a Psychic that hurts and an Ice Beam that hurts when it matters. And then I have Altera is the Pokemon I'm using the least amount. I'm thinking about replacing this. My core is actually Slowking, Arcanine, Mousehold, and Fortress. So in all reality, this Pokemon and this Pokemon are kind of something that I'm still experimenting. I'm trying to build another core, maybe one that uses 2 of the other and then 2 Pokemon. Now, to be fair, this Altera is good. It's just bad in the meta right now. because there's a lot of fairy Pokemon and fairy damage, and there's a lot of dragon damage. And I think Altera is weak to both. It's for sure weak to fairy. I don't remember how it handles dragon. It might neuter dragon, but it doesn't matter, because the point is that every time I bring this Pokemon into a battle with me, it just doesn't do well. It's like, dude, I cannot handle the amount of fairy damage that's out in this meta right now. It really does just get destroyed. So it's tough. So, but it's doing pretty well for, you know, for the job. And then this Pokemon right here, I don't have Protect on, and I recently gave it Tailwind, and it's really helping my team because now I have an option to Tailwind some games, and I have the option to Trick Room some games. So I'm really happy about how Hisuian Decidueyes starting to like pan out. Plus Sucker Punch is really nice. Dragon is weak against dragon, but fairy's immune. So when it's not mega evolved, it's weak against dragon, but when it's mega evolved, it's immune to dragon. Thoughts on Mega Aggron? Yeah, maybe. You know, I have all sorts of thoughts, but it's hard. I can't answer questions like that because like I build my teams in a very specific way, right? So like I probably cannot choose. Aggron might not work for all sorts of reasons. For example, it's a ground and a steel type, which means that it's weak to fire, which is a problem because I already have a ×4 weakness to fire. So I can't be running multiple Pokemon that are weak to fire here. I have to limit the amount of damage that you can do to me with like a Dragonite with like Fire Blast. So like, yeah, like Aggron might not be the play because of that, but I can't tell you off the top of my head. I don't remember why I didn't choose Aggron. He might still be on the table as far as my notes are concerned. I'm not sure. But just know that I've considered every single Pokemon in the meta building my team. Obviously, there's not even that many. I've looked at every single Pokemon, and I'm slowly building my team and manipulating it and taking care of it, right? So, yeah, you know, I don't know why Aggron's not on my team, but I can't really say off the top of my head. All I know is that when I built my team, this was the best 6 that covered each other's weaknesses defensively. And now I'm ironing out the details of like, okay, well, even though I have the perfect defensive team, the problem is that the meta is kind of calling for Altera to be switched out. So yeah, Aggron or you know, whoever. I don't even know what Mega Aggron even does, to be honest. I just know about regular Aggron. But like, you know, I might end up rotating out Pokemon and stuff like that. But team building is very specific, and I can't really take suggestions or anything live. Like, I'm like Batman. I spend hours and hours sitting there team building. Like, I can't really just like, you know, I can't really take suggestions or anything. It just doesn't work that way. Does this say that Skullvillain's available? Skullvillain is available as well as his Mega. Yo, thank you very much, Atch My Dash, for 18 months. Yeah, I'm not sure as far as my team building goes. I'm not sure. Thank you for understanding though. But as far as like trying to help me figure out the team, it's like I would need you to read all my notes first, and then you would have and then I would need all my resources, which I don't have right now. Because I have a couple resources that tell me about all the different matchups and all the different like the type matchups defensively. Like if I can pull up all right, if I can pull up this, like this page right here is what I originally built my team around. It's taking a second to load up. Okay, so what? Did it X out the page? Don't do that to me, dude. Man, mega laggy. I'm trying to load up Chrome, but Chrome's lagging because I have 1,000 tabs loaded up. All right, is this the team builder link? I would just like to show what I'm talking about real quick, because this is like a super interesting piece of information. All right, let me see. I might just have to. I might have to turn off my ad blocks and stuff. I noticed this website was laggy yesterday, but I didn't think it was going to be all like that. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, now let's see if that link will work now. History. Okay, that's the team builder page. So I can at least show you the page. I'll just give up the stupid team link. It's just not working. Yeah, so like, for example, the team that I built here. So I found this really nice app. It's similar to Pokedex, but Pokedex wasn't updated enough to make this work, right? So what this app does, which is really nice, is it gives you a list of all of your weaknesses and resistances, and it talks about balancing them out, and it puts them in like a really clean way. So like, this is generally how I build most of my teams, right? Generally, when I build teams, the first step for building a team for me is making sure that my weaknesses are covered. So like, look at this. I built the perfect team as far as weaknesses and coverage. Look at this. So again, not coverage, but defensive coverage. So I have 0 red weaknesses, and I only have zeros, and then for example, I have some 2s over here. So this row right here represents my weaknesses once they're balanced out, right? So like, this is a ×2 weakness, but then this is a 0.5 resistance, so that equals 0. They cancel each other out. So when I first build a team, this is actually how I build my team. When I first build a team, this is actually how I build my team. And then from here, I start focusing on offensive coverage. So it's like, all right, well, I do have a weakness to a specific Pokemon, right? A Pokemon that gives me a lot of trouble is like Garchomp. So I don't really have a good answer to Garchomp. So I need Altera, but Altera is not really a good answer to Garchomp because it can just hit me right back with something super hard. You know, whatever. I'm just like throwing out ideas. So what I'll do is, after I build my team defensively, because I think defense matters more, then I use their individual skill sets to build the team out offensively and to provide coverage that makes sense for what my team is weak against at the end of the day. But then you have to take it even a step further. Then you need to go to the meta and you need to say, okay, what Pokemon is giving me trouble that's really relevant right now? Well, I've ran into blank and this Pokemon is always destroying my team and I don't know what to do about it. So how do I handle this Pokemon? So then from there, you would maybe want to actually rotate something out. You would say, okay, well, Altera is not really working right now because I can't find a good answer to a matchup. So we could go in here and say Mega Aggron, right? Now, if I add Mega Aggron and we go down, I instantly now have a -2 for fighting and a -1 for ground and a -1 for fire. So this becomes a problem now, doesn't it? Because now I just lost my perfect defensive coverage while trading in a Pokemon that's going to give me a higher, problem to deal with fighting, a higher chance to have to struggle dealing with ground. That just adds now 2 Pokemon that can get Earthquaked on my team. And if I run into a Pokemon that's going to Earthquake spam me, I'm screwed. If I'm going to run into a Pokemon with close combat, I'm screwed. Because now that's 2 Pokemon on my team that are relatively weak to close combat, right? So it's an interesting way to build teams, but I just wanted to kind of show this and talk about it a little bit for those of you out there that are maybe building your own teams, and to kind of put some like show some action behind my words. But so yeah, when I build my teams, I have like a very specific system. So it's not as easy as just like plugging a Pokemon in and hoping that it works because of some kind of defensive problem I'm having. Like I don't think Mega Aggron's maybe a good answer for this team because I already have too many fire weaknesses. Right? Like 3 of my Pokemon at this point would be taking fire pretty badly. And then on top of that, Mousehold just ain't gonna take it good or bad because it's not a defensive Pokemon. So that means that if somebody shows up with a really hard-hitting Fire Blast or Flame Charge or something, I could be in a really bad position all of a sudden, right? So like that's why I don't think Mega Aggron might be the answer. So I would have to go from there and decide. Now I do have 2 Pokemon that I'm looking at, and I'm building another team. I realize that the way that you should really be building doubles is you should be building doubles with multiple cores in mind. So you have like your main core, but then you want to be able to have multiple team cores. A core can be anywhere between 2 to 4 Pokemon. And I'm realizing that I am going to start tweaking my team building to kind of better what I believe to like instead of worrying about the whole team of 6, I think I should be worried about, okay, you know, how many different combinations of 4 Pokemon can I create that makes sense, that's going to be a legitimate team? Right? So now I broke it down to that. This is my first core, and you can kind of see like my weaknesses and like where I might struggle with like move spread. Right? And then like from there, maybe I can add another Pokemon and try to build a different group of 4. And then I can add another Pokemon and try to build a different group of 4. And like, that's kind of the strategy that I'm trying to develop my teams around. I don't know if I'm onto something or not, but I might've just discovered like a brand new way to approach team building. And I'm going to try to build with like multiple cores in mind. And I'm going to see if I can have like 3 or 4 different options that all make sense for like the potential like leads and like how I'm going to handle certain situations. 4D chess, dude, it really is. Pokemon has always been 4D chess, dude. That's the thing. People don't. Splitting it seems down to 4 seems to be a better way to build than 6. Right, because like so let's go back to Mega Aggron real quick. Mega Aggron doesn't look like it's good for the team as a 6. But is it good for the team as a 4? That's the question, right? That's the thing. Like, would he fit in a core of 4 where maybe I can't bring Fortress? Maybe Fortress is like not working, but he will. Or maybe I can't bring Blank, but I can bring him instead. You know, and like try to work him into a core of his own. So I'm working on it right now, but I think that my team has a lot of work to go, because like I feel like some games I just can't keep up damage wise. I feel like I'm not getting enough damage in. So I'm wondering if like I need to figure out like another good source of damage. Mega Altera just doesn't seem to ever cook the way I want it to. I don't know. Anyways, Pokemon rants. I like theme teams, all dogs, and put them in. Yeah, dude, doing themed stuff is fun in the Pokemon universe. I'm building 100% all dark team. You gotta be using Zora Arc then, yeah? You gotta be, right? You gotta be. All right, I'm gonna get out of here today. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Yeah, I just wanted to like show off a little bit of my team building because I kind of got, my brain just really wanted to talk a little bit about team building and why it was so hard for me to accept, to like wrap my head around Aggron. It's like, well, I've kind of already committed to like real team building. So I'm already past the step of just plugging random stuff in. I'm kind of at a point now where I'm like pretty confident about what I've built. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit because I hate when I come off this. I would hate to come off dismissive. That's something that for some reason my brain just doesn't like. But yeah, there you go. There's a little bit of insight in how I do my team building. I don't know how his ability would be useful. True, I don't know. All right. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. Yo, what up, Tiff? Hard when the weaknesses isn't hidden. All right. We're gonna get out of here. I'm gonna take a lighter day today. I wanted to wrap up around 6 hours, and we'll be back for some more content tomorrow. Probably some Pokopia in the morning, and then maybe some Spyro or some Wind Waker in the afternoon. So we'll see where our journey takes us. All right. Thank you everyone for coming out today. Thanks for vibing. And let's go ahead and see if we can find us a raid recipient here today. We'll drop some love out there to the Twitch community. All right, let's go and visit Spraggles, who's randomly playing Pokemon Unite. Spraggles is cool. I know him from TCG Pocket. I've never met this dude or anything like that. I watch him. Let's go raid Spraggles. I watch him. That's about it. Let's go see what this dude's all about. All right, y'all. This is Highly Into Set signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for the Saturday show, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We are out of here. Thank you everyone for coming out. Thanks for coming and chilling and putting up with some sleepy brain today. Coming after a day off, it's hard for me to remember how to be a streamer. So thank you everybody. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines. Certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. I'll see y'all here tomorrow. Have a great weekend if I don't see you. And enjoy Spraggle. He's cool. I think you'll enjoy his show. He's pretty chill, dude. Until next time, y'all. Peace. Hit them cat jams.